George, we start, or you want to wait a bit?
Okay. So thank you for being here. I hope that the wine taste tour was good for you. I couldn't join, but I wish I would have come. So we will start the panel about video game culture and creativity. And I will present the work that we've been doing with the Council of Europe in the past years concerning video game culture and digital citizenship education. These are my contacts. If you would like to get in touch, please do. So I can share more works and future initiatives. So how it started, this initiative? Back in 2016, the Council of Europe developed a framework for competencies for democratic culture. And the idea of the framework was to offer a conceptual model that would help in targeting competencies that individuals require to function in a democratically society. So the idea was to have these competencies to foster citizenship and to foster democratic citizenship. After that, we realized, the Council of Europe realized that the new context, the new society that has been developed within the past decades had some new needs in terms of citizenship education. And just to give you, to take a step back, the technology profoundly changed the world that we're living, so that the two categories, online and offline, are not necessary anymore to understand the world that we are living. So thanks to author like Luciano Floridi, a philosopher from the University of Oxford and now from the University of Bologna, he developed a concept of on life. So it doesn't, we don't need to talk about online and being offline anymore, because it's technologies and media that have migrated on life. So with this new concept, it's perfect because it explains the unavoidable intersection between the offline technology, free world that we used to call reality, and the online connected world that we used to call virtuality. So these two separated worlds are not separated anymore. And so we need to think of new way of conceiving society and new way of conceiving also citizenship education. So this is why the education department of the Council of Europe decided to start and embark in a new project called Digital Citizenship Education. And we started the works in 2017, more or less. So it's been a while that we are working, and we developed a definition of a digital citizen and digital citizenship, along with some competencies and some digital domains to be tackled in order to educate for digital citizen. So a digital citizen is someone who uses technology safely, ethically, and responsibly. Is someone who has the ability to engage positively, critically, and competently in the digital environment, drawing on the skill of effective communication and creativity. Creativity is a key word today, so it's important. Practice a form of social participation that are respectful of human rights and dignity through a responsible use of technology. So being a digital citizen means, in other words, creating, working, sharing, socializing, investigating, playing, communicating, and learning with competencies and positive engagement in today's society. This is important because it's not a framework for digital competencies. So the Council of Europe main target is human rights, education and defense of human dignity. So this framework is strongly related to this concept. So it's not in competition with the Digicomp because it doesn't make any sense. It's actually, we used also Digicomp to explore some of the domains. So it's important also to give credit and to work together with the work already been done. So these are the domains of digital citizenship education. So three big areas: being online, well-being online, and rights online. And we developed also some area of competencies. So that are the following: so access and inclusion, learning and creativity, media and information literacy are part of the first domain. And then the well-being, which is another keyword today, health. Health and well-being is, we found ethics and empathy, health and well-being, the presence and communication. And in the last domain, we find active participation, rights and responsibility, privacy and security, and consumer awareness, which is sort of a very interesting domain for me because it's strongly related also with what we're talking about today. So video game is an entertainment market, a very strong entertainment market. And when users are playing, they have also to be educated to the consumer implications that comes with it. So it's very easy to understand how all these domains somehow relate with the world of video games. So why talking about video games? I already spoiled a little bit to you the reason, but it's because video games are among the most popular entertainment industry in the world. It's possible to play everywhere, anytime, on almost every device, sometimes also microwave ovens. And video games are fun, engaging, and designed to capture players' attention. And this factor brings new opportunity, but also new challenges in the education and in the development of children, young people, and people in general. So it's becoming more and more important for the society that we live in. Being a digital citizen, it means also being able to benefit wisely from the different forms of entertainment and technologies that technologies allow. And it's important to properly balancing one's own media diet. So this is why we started talking about video games within a project about digital citizenship education. But educating for a video game culture means much more than this. So it's a more wide concept. It means generating and nurturing the way that we intended, of course. It means generating and nurturing a pedagogical reflection around video games. Thinking about video games as a cultural tool able to offer many incentives to entertainment, to thinking, to learning, and to the development of the person in general. And considering video game worthy of being the object of study and of an accurate and careful analysis of its characteristics, its mechanics, and its languages. So it's really considering the medium as a resource and as a ground for debating about and to kickstart pedagogical reflection. So I will briefly introduce you some concepts around the project. So the aims of the particular initiative, is exploring the implication that video games have on digital citizenship education. So it's still a work in progress. Nurturing a critical dialogue about video games, which includes the medium itself, the risks, the educational potentials, and the connection with nowadays challenges, for instance, climate change, war, migrants, representation. So the connection are main. And we set up a working group to start, composed by scholars and other European associations. So here you can see a few of them. So there are big industries, of course, and also small video games developer. And also some organization, non-profit organization like EV Pro, which is an Italian association born with the intention to promote tourism through video games. The initiatives that we've done so far are, it's of course setting up a group, working on this publication that we are encouraged to take from the other room, and also organizing 2 edu talks last year for teachers and educators and parents and policymakers to discuss about the project and to present some virtuous initiatives that promote a certain idea of video games. And also the idea is also to create partnerships with the valuable action around Europe. We are now working to create and to create a partnership with some local festivals of game developers and to promote a certain vision also of a way of creating the video games that is more attentive to the goals of the Council of Europe and the goal of the digital citizenship education. We will produce a website page soon, so all the materials that we will produce and we will produce will be gathered, and also the first publication, which is this one, but we are working on a second publication that it's yet to come. So it's still a collective work, and it'll be exciting to work on it. So in 2023, we will also work on a French translation of this publication, and we will continue working with the network for new edu talks that will tackle different topics. And these edu talks will have different formats. So they will probably be online. They will be online, freely accessible, and we'll also produce some written content to serve as a summary of what we discussed in that. So the philosophy, the educational philosophy that is behind this project is considering video games as a comprehensive resource for the development of the current and future digital citizens. And this is why we explored and we intend the educational potential of video game in 4 different approaches that can be present simultaneously sometimes. It's just to have an idea of what are the possibilities in terms of educational potentials. So we identified a more direct approach to learning and to education. So the idea here is to use video games and serious games to foster and facilitate players' learning and to develop competencies. We have an indirect approach based on the concept of tangential learning, which consider the video games, the use of video game to make players be passionate about the topic, and so to stimulate, the personal learning. So the idea is really to present some interesting video games. The people will get attracted to the topic and then will start to be more motivated in learning. Critical approach, consider the use of video game to make players reflect about specific topic approached by the games. or for instance, to reflect about their own practice. So in a while, I will explain with more detail. And then finally, the object of this panel is the creative approach. So really using and explore the potential of video games to express one's own creativity. So I will make some examples so that it will be easier to understand. The direct approach is use games like these ones, for instance, from We Are Moesli, The Great Palermo, is a video game created to present the heritage of Palermo, the city in Sicily. And it's a game that is conceived specifically for it. Okay, so the direct use of video game can be considered also as video games created specifically for a content to learn and to explore a content, or for instance other video games created for instance like this one from Google, which is created specifically to explore different safety and safety behaviors that can be taken online. The indirect approach is to stimulate the tangential learning. So, for instance, is using the other kind of video games like this one, God of War, to make people passionate about the topic. In this case, the connection with the Norse mythology might foster some players to know more and to learn autonomously about that part of literature and culture. Or for instance, games like this, like Pentiment, which has been recently released from Obsidian, which is set in the Europe of late Middle Age, with lots of references and cultural references to many kind of elements of the culture of the time, which is this approach is a little bit more, let's say, libertarian, because the idea is really to foster and to facilitate the players to understand that these games contains references to something that can be useful for them, but it's an autonomous process. So it's also to respect the paces and the timing of the players. The critical approach is the most articulated one. It's about considering video games as material for reflection. For instance, this game is Road 96, is a game that touches many topics, like escaping from a country with a dictature, almost like a dictature. So it puts you in the steps of a people who want to escape and to cross the border, with all the difficulties and pitfalls that can happen during this path. And using this game within an educational activity can be useful because it can kickstart reflection, kickstart conversation, and so the idea is to really use this game as a stimulus for learning. Or again, this one very interesting, Burning My Love from the Pixel Hunt, which is always again about the topic of migration, and it puts you in the steps in the role of a husband who's trying to help her wife escaping Syria, and you do that by texting her some advices, and it's very interesting. It's based on a real story, and I really recommend to at least check some videos on YouTube to see what it's about, because It's very interesting, and it can really kickstart some serious reflection. And then the creative approach. It's considering video games as a tool to express one's own creativity. So, for instance, using tools like the Game Builder Garage or Dreams for PlayStation or Scratch to create actually something, to create games, to create interactive experiences with a simplified user interface, so that anyone can at least create something quite easily. But also, it means using video games to really foster lateral thinking, problem solving, and to really kickstart this sort of reflection to a new way to solve problems. And with this regard, I would like to mention these two titles because they are very interesting for me. This one is Crying Physics Deluxe, and the player here is just need to draw elements, and the elements that you draw suddenly became physics element that will have an impact on the other physical elements. And the goal is to push the red ball towards the star. So, but you can do it whenever you want. You can draw the box here, or you can draw a catapult and make the ball go towards the star. So it's really free. And this one also is a very smart product. It's called Baba Is You, and it plays with the rules that video games put you in front of you. So in this case, Baba is you, and when you move the arrows, you actually move that little animal over there. But if you move with your animal this element to Baba is wall, then you will move the wall. Or wall is you, sorry, you will move the wall, and everything will move about it. So it's very complicated to explain, but it's very smart, and it offers multiple ways to solve each level. Everyone is fine. Every way is fine. It's just another way to solve the problems. So this was also to introduce our panel that will be about creativity. And we will have some people that will intervene from home, like the first three. So we will have Andrew Byrne from the UCL Institute of Education of London. We'll talk about creativity, culture, and game designs in school. Then we will have Professor Mikko Meriläinen from the University of Tampere, with an intervention called More Than Playing Games, Creativity and Self-Expression in Game Culture. Then we will have Professor Lobna Hassan from Lappeenranta-Lahti University of Technology. I hope I pronounced it right. She will deliver a presentation called Incentivizing Creativity Through Game Design. And then we will have Stromback from the Swedish Game Developer Federation, who will discuss about the democratization of game tools and the rise of the player creator. And he's also a former game developer, if I understand right.
Many years ago.
In another life.
Yes, everything is forgiven.
And of course, Tony here will present video games in healthcare, rehabilitation, and well-being. Sorry, I cut part of your title because it was the wrong title. It was the wrong. So I will now launch the video, if the technician will support me, of Professor. Hello, sorry. Sorry, I need to project the video?
I think they might do it themselves.
It's this one. Let me see, because the zoom is It's not working?
No.
The video. The video is where?
It's this one. No, it's not this one. Sorry. It's this one.
This?
Yes. Okay.
No, it's can play or
Yeah, please.
And I'm going to spend my ability to scroll on this to us. It's interesting.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My section of our presentation will argue a particular case for creative game making in education, using examples from recent funded research projects. My argument sits within a more general proposition that the most productive way to view games in education, and I'm referring mostly to narrative style games, is to recognize them as cultural forms related closely to certain other media. In respect of their storytelling function, for example, the cognate cultural forms would be literature, film, and theatre. Games also relate closely to film and theatre in respect of their dramatic, visual, and sonic properties. So in the curriculum, they require us to develop conceptions of literacy, both literacy in general and media literacy in particular, which has been well explored in Europe by the European Commission and internationally by UNESCO, though in neither case with adequate attention to games, I would argue. So to be clear, my preferred model of media literacy is a one which balances criticality, creativity, and importantly, culture. A model which I developed in detail in my book with James Durran, Media Literacy in Schools. I'll come back briefly to the question of culture a bit later. Literacy, as David Buckingham emphasized in his book Media Education, is a two-sided phenomenon requiring both reading, the critical and appreciative understanding of and engagement with texts, and writing, the creative composition of texts. In these respects, attention to games in education, both in research and practice, has been fragmented. Attention to the understanding of games as texts has largely been distorted by arguments for so-called gamification, in which games serve as remediating containers for curriculum content. Attention to the composition of games, the making of games, meanwhile, has often been seen as the province of computing and programming in the school curriculum. So let me show you an example of the kind of game literacy which I'm proposing, which hopefully overcomes this kind of fragmentation. This is a sequence from a game made by a 14-year-old girl in an East London school, using a game authoring software tool designed by my team. It's a tool called Mission Maker, and it's based on Unity with an easy-to-use coding interface combined with 3D visual assets. So her class, under the direction of her teacher, Alison Crosdale, have been designing a multi-level 3D game based on Shakespeare's Macbeth, which the class are studying for their public exams. This game creation, involves new understandings of the Shakespeare text and how it might offer possibilities for play, for games, for procedural narrative. It also involves understanding the grammar of game design, how narrative, dramatic action, and player engagement are all coded, rule-governed, algorithmically plotted. The level she has designed shows the attack by Macbeth's assassins on Lady Macduff, the wife of Macbeth's mortal enemy. In the play, we see Lady Macduff's son killed on stage, while we only see Lady Macduff herself run away at the end of the scene, pursued by the murderers. So this young designer has spotted a moment in the play which can be prized apart to allow ludic possibilities. Might Lady Macduff survive, she asks? Or at least, might the player be able to decide, enroll as Lady Macduff, whether she survives or not? So I'll play you the sequence and then point up a number of points that I wish to argue. So I hope you enjoyed that. Here are some related points to note about this example of game design, points which I argue in more detail in my book, Literature, Video Games and Learning. First of all then, as I suggested earlier, this can be seen as a form of complete literacy involving the close critical reading of a text and, through a transmedia transformation, the composition of a new text, reading and writing, understanding and making. Secondly, it can be seen as a relatively unusual shift of agency from adult to child in relation to games in education. Instead of the usual picture of the adults making the game and handing it down to the students to play, which is the typical gamification model. The student is in charge as the game designer. The educational intervention here has been to provide her with the resources rather than to provide her with a ready-made game. Thirdly, in relation to the curriculum, this example demonstrates an interdisciplinary combination of cognate areas. So if you think about the typical school curriculum, we have the study of language and literature, we have drama and theatre, the performing arts, we have media education, we have the visual arts, possibly even music, we could argue. Fourthly, just to extend this idea of interdisciplinarity across the curriculum, we can add another curricular area much less commonly associated with the arts, that is the computing curriculum, offering the possibility of challenging the persistent art-science divide. Fifthly, I think this example demonstrates how elements of popular culture can be productively integrated with the study of elite culture, in this case, the national heritage text of a Shakespeare play. Games themselves still occupy a place in the popular cultural lives of students, however we wish to conceptualize that. And they bring this prior knowledge to bear on their designs. So in this particular case, the girl has been inspired by a game she's played, a running platform game, which is called Temple Run, available on mobile phones, for instance. And in this game, the player runs endlessly from temple to temple to find treasure and to combat monsters. And she has adapted this as possibly a more terrifying alternative to death in the fate of Lady Macduff, but a fate which, as I said, is under the control of the player. Finally, I just want to say a word about citizenship. As you've heard, our panel emerges from a group convened by the Council of Europe in the name of citizenship education. And you've probably noticed I've said nothing about citizenship so far. As I've shown, my immediate interest is in how game design can find a place in and offer new possibilities for literacy, the arts and creativity, and computing. Nevertheless, in a wider context, it seems to me that the entitlement of full citizenship in our countries includes a cultural life in which national heritage, again here my example has been canonical literary texts, can be re-examined and transformed for the needs of the moment. It includes opportunities in computer programming that I think should move beyond hard mathematics, which is where it often remains in the curriculum, into the creative applications of computer programming, the creative applications of number and algorithm in the arts, for example. And finally, citizenship includes, in my view, both in childhood and adulthood, a right to play. And while we adults cannot resist co-opting play for our worthy higher purposes, it's important to remember that no one ever played a game to become a better citizen, or a more literate student, or a more promising employee. While we must pursue our ethical and political ends, we should also acknowledge that play, as the great theorists from Huizinga to Sutton Smith have argued, is essentially pointless. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Andrew. Okay, should I do something? Okay. Thank you. There will be room for Q&A at the end of each presentation. So also people from the floor are encouraged to think about some questions. Mikko, you're next.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, loud and clear. So Mikko is delivering a presentation called More Than Playing Games, Creativity and Self-Expression in Game Culture.
Okay, hopefully you can see the presentation.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's really nice to be here. Thank you for the invitation and a few words about creativity in game cultures. Few words about myself at the beginning. So I'm not unfortunately a professor yet, but I'm a postdoctoral researcher at the Center of Excellence in Game Culture Studies here in Tampere University, Finland. I have a PhD in education, but rather than looking into things like game-based learning, I'm mostly focusing on young people's gaming and their participation in gaming culture, and especially of gaming as part of their everyday lives, and also looking now to go into masculinity research in game cultures. I have been playing games since age 5, I think now, so 35 years of gaming, and so there is a kind of like a personal attachment to this subject as well, and also some of these phenomena discussed will be quite familiar or are quite familiar to me from a personal standpoint as well. So I think the main point to make here is that when we are talking about game culture, and especially young people's game culture participation, there is a tendency to reduce it to simply the act of gaming, where actually, much like Alessandro mentioned in the first opening talk, that how digital gaming and digital culture is interwoven with the rest of everyday life in many complex ways these days. So when we are talking about gaming, we are actually talking about a participation in quite complex cultures, and gaming as just one activity that happens in these cultures. Especially if we are talking about different demographics, for example, young people and children whose lives are quite controlled, then game culture participation can in fact be even a especially relevant part of their self-expression, of their venues to express creativity. And also people, for example, with limited opportunities to express themselves for any reason outside of their home, for example, can derive more benefit from these kinds of ways of expressing themselves and having outlets for their creativity. Why it's important to talk about these things? I feel it's very, very important to pay close attention to how we frame these discussions around gaming, because gaming has a long history of moral panics, for example, and it still can be quite a heated topic, especially in public discussion. And some of these things can be identified from young people's or discourses on young people's gaming. So a very common one is this discussion of gaming as fostering versus gaming as stifling creativity. I think this is a point of view that often comes up, that children are just playing games instead of doing something more kind of valuable, more creative. But as I hopefully can demonstrate, this framing doesn't take into account all the creative dimensions of video game culture engagement. Also, whether we see young game players as active agents, as people who have decided to embrace this form of culture, or whether we see them as targets, as sort of a tabula rasa sort of being that is being rewritten by a massive corporate media culture, and who are mainly just kind of passive targets. It has a huge bearing on how we view young people's participation in the digital world in general. And also, this topic also addressed already at the start is this idea of gaming versus something happening in real life, which is of course a false dichotomy. Gaming is very much a part of real life. Why wouldn't it be? And I have picked a screenshot of a YouTube video of 4 siblings. They are dancing a Fortnite dance, which I think is a very concrete example of this so-called real life blending with gaming. I think very few would argue that this is not real life, but they are also at the same time they are sharing their video online and they are drawing from game culture for these dances. So different ways of expressing yourself and being creative in games. First of all, there is the expression of creativity in games themselves. So I have picked some headlines from gaming media. So there is the Minecraft streamer who had this project where he was walking to the edge of Minecraft. And of course, what makes this interesting is that Minecraft is procedurally generated. So essentially, back then it was an endless world, but it was his project to still reach its end. He spent 2,500 hours walking to the edge, and the things were getting more and more weird as the game started breaking down, trying to generate world where he was going. There is the example of the Onto the Land wildlife documentary created using the GTA 5 or Grand Theft Auto 5, game for adults known for its quite black humor and adult themes. There is the exhibition of video game photography to be held. So more and more games have photography mode, so you can take screenshots and edit them and use different photo filters and so on. And of course, we can talk about this sort of transgressive play style. So when the new game, The Division, was launched, some players decided to simply have fun. And by standing in a doorway, they very quickly noticed that they can stop other people from kind of starting their game. So they were standing in the doorway and doing jumping jacks. So this kind of playing, using game technology creatively, and also these ideas of playing right or playing wrong. So playing right, what I mean here is playing the game as skillfully as you can, which I feel can also be seen as a creative endeavor. It can be seen as a way of self-expression, learning how to play a game, much like we would talk about playing an instrument, for example, or playing a traditional sport. And then there is the way of playing wrong, which means somehow using the game maybe for purposes that it wasn't originally intended to, or setting different challenges. So, for example, in the role-playing game The Witcher 3, people are taking the vegan challenge, trying to complete the game without eating any animal-based products. And of course, in the game you usually eat a lot of meat to gain health, and you create potions out of animals and monsters that you've killed. And then there is the transgressive play, sort of playing games. So also I want to kind of point out that creative play doesn't have to be sort of beneficial or friendly. It can also be sort of this creative trolling, sometimes simply kind of mischievous, sometimes it can be genuinely hostile. But for example, the example of standing in a doorway to block other players, it was probably very annoying, but at the same time it is also a creative way of playing the game. Then there is video production. There is a screenshot from quite popular Finnish game streamer Aippa. So young people, of course, use a lot of YouTube and video games streaming platforms such as Twitch for a variety of different video genres. Some of them are simply for entertainment, and the gaming can actually be quite secondary. So while they are streaming their gameplay, often people simply tune in to watch their favorite performers. So even though it is a part of game culture, it is more the persona and the personality of the streamer or the video maker themselves that is actually the entertainment at play. But of course, there are also educational videos, so not just for entertainment, but for example, walkthrough guides of games and so on, providing information or combining these two. So providing information in an entertaining way, maybe sometimes not related to games at all. So they can be playing games, streaming their gameplay, but discussing things such as mental health, for example. Then there is modding, or the modification and customization of games, adding different graphics, for example, adding different gameplay elements, changing musics, rewriting the games to reflect different stories. For example, people have taken medieval strategy games and modded them to be games about the Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, and adding these kind of personal touches, making the games your own in a sense. And also the physical activity of customizing gaming devices. You can see a very nice photograph of a gaming PC where the person owning the computer has gone for a see-through side for the machine and also added these blue LED lights to the computer, which creates its own aesthetic and makes the machine itself a target for customization. And it's also a part of kind of identity work. If you are taking this kind of PC to a gaming event, then you are also kind of displaying your technical and your creative expertise as well. So it comes a kind of a way of showing who you are as a game player. And I think this is also an aspect of game customization and creativity that is often overlooked. And then we have the different transmedial fan practices that go beyond the game itself. So we have the writing of fan fiction, where hobbyists are expanding on the stories of the game by writing about the games, making new stories. And of course, we have this kind of same practice happening around different media. We have it with Harry Potter, and we have it with Supernatural and other TV shows and Star Wars and whatnot. And we've had it for quite a long time, so it's no surprise that it's also happening with games. There is cosplay as shown by the photo, so dressing up as game characters, and this also incorporates usually an element of or different elements of maker culture. So there can be 3D printing and other crafting quite often involved, and also this weaves together with video production, for example. There's visual art, the practice of making of drawing, for example, creating digital art, or as mentioned previously, taking photos or virtual photos in game and things like this. There's music inspired by games, remixes of game tunes, doing all sorts of different cover versions. And then there is also the integration of digital gameplay elements in free play. So at some part, it was quite popular, for example, here in Finland, for kids in schools to play Among Us as a physical game, as a form of free play, or play Minecraft out in the schoolyard. And also the Fortnite dances are a good example of that as well, of taking something that is happening originally in the digital domain and then reproducing it in a different way in the physical environment. And then, as was touched upon earlier already and will be touched upon later, I believe, is the creation of own games. So it can start from something as small as creating levels using game creation tools already included in ready-made games. So you can make your own scenarios, you can create your own levels to play with, or it can take the form of extensive modding. So basically changing your game to the extent that it becomes an entirely new game. It is, of course, it's a good philosophical question of when is it no longer the original game, but this one goes back to the ancient times. So we are thinking about the ships and replacing them board by board. There is the design of games, so you don't always have to actually create the game. So designing it is a process in itself, even if the game never gets created physically. Then thinking about the game's rules, the conceptualization, I would equate this to kind of writing for your desk drawer, as they say. So you can have a lot of texts and poems and prose that you never publish, or that is never read by anyone, but that is still work and it is still something to express yourself with. And then we come down to making games, as wonderfully demonstrated in the previous presentation. So ranging from game jams, which are collective events where you create the game in a short span of time, or taking game creation courses, or simply just learning how to use different game creation tools, whether they're very simple, sort of like Twine, which can create easy text-based adventures, or whether it's something as complex as Unity, for example, that is available for free, that is a commercial level engine for creating games. All sorts of these practices are going on, and young people are embracing them, and often doing them also, I think it's important to mention, for their own enjoyment, not necessarily because they want to have a career in game development, for example, but picking it up as a creative hobby, just like anything else. And I think that is also almost my 15 minutes done. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Mikko. Thank you also for being in time. It was perfect. I now leave the word to Lobna Hassan. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
Perfect.
All right.
Lobna will be presenting about incentivizing creativity through game design. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, just a second. Yes, here we are. Thank you so much for such wonderful presentations so far, and I'm really very happy to be here talking about how to incentivize creativity in and through games. Briefly, I am Lobna Hassan. I am an associate professor at Lappeenranta-Lahti University of Technology. I also head SIA Research Lab, where we study the sustainability, inclusivity, and accessibility of technology, starting with games. So if you want to know more about the kind of research that I do, feel free to head over to my personal website or email me with any questions that you would have. Unfortunately, given the time situation with this panel, I would need to leave after my presentation, but I would very much welcome your questions to my email whenever you would want to send them. And what I will briefly do in my presentation is discuss, again, Alessandro touched about this, but I will discuss it again. Why are we talking about creativity and games? And I will use Animal Crossing as a case study for showing you more about how games can be platforms for creativity and how we can then learn from that in order to incentivize creativity in other places. So very much in my talk, I am steering away from theory and being more practical into how we see creativity in game design and how we can copy it in many ways. I'll briefly start with very wise words from Lego. So these were printed on their catalogs that were sold with Legos in 1974. And it says, the urge to create is equally strong in all children, boys and girls. And if you move to the last line, it says, the most important thing is to put the right material in their hands, children, and let them create whatever appeals to them. And this is exactly it, giving people the tools which they can then use to express themselves and to create whatever they wish to create. Games are great tools for that, because games and play in general are spaces where you can do whatever you want. And I will come back to this argument in a bit and problematize it a bit. But this is especially true of what we call sandbox games. So sandbox, as the word suggests, are these sandboxes that children play in when they're kids, when especially in the 90s, and you can do whatever you want in the sandbox. So we have sandbox games. We also call them open world games that follow similar principles, and that makes them wonderful for learning and creativity. So, for example, I'm going to tell you more about this game to the right-hand side, where basically you're trying to build a city on an island, and the island is trying to sink. If you put houses more on one side, then it leans this way and it sinks in the water. Same on the opposite side. So you're trying to balance the weight of the houses that you're adding, while at the same time creating something visually pleasing for you. So which colors would you place next to each other? How would you place the houses? How big, how small? Do you combine them, or do you have them as one-room houses, or what do you do? And this is not just a way for people to be creative, but it also teaches you a little bit about physics when you're trying to balance the weight of the houses. Similar games are there where you can create different lives and see how your life could play out if you, for example, invest more into music or invest more into science, what different career paths are available. Games exist where you can build imagined worlds and environments and decorate them whatever way that you would like. So basically, they just give you the tools and they let you do what you want to do. Or at least this is the case with sandbox games, which are what I'm talking about. And a prime example of that is Animal Crossing New Horizons. And this game was released specifically in 2020 on a console called Nintendo Switch. And it caused a huge shortage in the sale of that console. It was also during the pandemic because of how popular it was. Many people, a study by Mikko Meriläinen, who was speaking before me, have specially credited this game with things like that this is the game that helped them get through the pandemic. This is the game that made them meet new friends or realize that they can be fashion designers and things like that. So in the game, basically, you are moving to a deserted island because you got tired of city life. You're going to live by yourself initially on a deserted island. And with you, on the island, there are different resources that you can collect and you can use. So here in this picture, this is your avatar. And in this case, you're collecting cherries, which then you can use as food for yourself or to craft other items. You can also collect rocks. You can cut down trees and collect wood. There are different kind of resources available. With you on the journey is Tom Nook, who is sort of like the mayor of this island. You can think of him like that. And Tom Nook initially gives the player directions on what they need to do next to develop this island. So initially he tells you, maybe build a bridge, or maybe build a house for a friend, or maybe invite someone. And eventually, as the player gets more experienced, Tom Nook stops giving you direction and lets you do whatever you want. He's initially there to make sure that you learn the game, but then he opens the floor for you to do what you want. In the game, there are also workbenches. So this bench behind the main character, where the character can go to create different items. So for example, this is a robot that the character can create, and it is made out of items that the player can collect. So for example, iron or gold, or out of other items that the player can make. So it is a very complex process, and it's a process that requires patience for the players to finally create the items that they want. What do they do with these items next? They do whatever they want. They get an island that is basically an open slate, a blank page for them to do what they want with, and they start decorating them. So this is what is known as the island entrance. It's the first place you arrive to when you visit an island. And when you start to decorate it, it can look something like this. So this is a player who started collecting rare flowers and building small mountains and waterfalls and decorating the entrance in this way. This is a player who has done similar things, but using elements inspired from Japan, because this person really loved Japan, or maybe they were from Japan. We don't really know. This is a person who crafted a lot of items. So this person crafted this workbench, like I showed you with the workbench earlier. They crafted this seat and put it this way. They crafted the well in the background. They crafted so many things and placed them in this way to show other people their creations. Someone even crafted an IKEA. And this is the IKEA iconic sort of path. So they place the items in a way so that when you enter the island, you feel like you have entered the IKEA. So much so that IKEA actually released a catalog themed after Animal Crossing after seeing that. So this very much impacted real life because it is real life, as Mikko said. In this island, you also have different friends, different characters that you can meet in different places, and those characters have different personalities, and they influence how you will develop your island. You can also invite your friends. So these are other human friends that you can invite them to help you build these magnificent entrances with you, so you don't have to do the work just by yourself. Finally, there is a tool inside the game for you to create different designs. So if all of this was not enough for you and you want to create new things, then you can create these squares here and color them in the ways that you want, and then place them, for example, on the floor in this way, so that you have different tiles for your island to tile it however you want. You can also create clothes, and this is how people started to figure out that they would like to go to fashion design, for example, and you can have a code for this item of clothing and share this code with your friends so that they can get access to this item. So if we go back to the question of why creativity in games, well, it is a relatively safe space for you to do whatever you want. Because if you think about it, what is the worst thing that can happen here? You didn't even pay for cloth. You didn't even buy the cloth and spend money on it. You didn't get scissors and, for example, injure yourself. No, you're in a very safe artificial environment where the consequences of your actions, and there can be consequences, like we hear about cyberbullying and we hear about very negative things that can happen, but the consequences are not as severe as they can be in real life. And you can control for things like cyberbullying, for example, to a certain extent. Tools are available for that. And then you give people a space where it's okay. If you designed a dress and you don't like it, it's fine. You can design another one. You didn't lose money. You didn't injure yourself. You can do whatever you want. And because of this relative safety, people are free to do more things and to experiment more and to express themselves more and come up with new and unexpected ideas. They're also more likely to challenge the status quo because of this safety or relative safety. For example, if they want to try out what would blue hair look like on them, well, we know that we cannot always do this in real life because some people cannot do this in their jobs, but they can try this in a virtual environment and design a character that looks like themselves and try to see what they would look like with blue hair. And so then this begs the question, if games are nice environments for creativity to emerge, then how can we intentionally do this in other places? Like, can we use games elsewhere to also get people to be creative? And this is the idea that Andrew touched upon earlier in his first presentation of gamification or game-based activities, playful design, serious games, whatever you want to call them. They are terms that more or less refer to the same thing. It just depends on the discipline that the speaker comes from, that they would prefer usually a term over another. But it is the idea of, all right, let's use game design in other non-game contexts and see what the outcomes are. And a prime example of this happening was with the game Folded. And a paper in Nature in 2010 reflected on this game, and they said that it really advanced science better than computational tools were able to advance science. And what happens in this game, and I hope you do not expect me to explain it well because it's about biology, and I'm not a biologist, but from the name Folded, it's about folding certain proteins in order to see which way to fold the protein is the most accurate, kind of, if I understand it correctly. So it's a game that is open for all players all over the world. They can log in and they can fold those proteins in different ways, run different scripts if they want, and then see the outcome. And eventually, the outcomes with the highest scores, those are reviewed by scientists in order to see if there is actually sense in them, if there is a scientific discovery there. And through this tool, if you want to read more about it in the paper in Nature in 2010, I'm sorry, I don't remember the author at the moment, they have figured solutions for problems that have puzzled biologists for so many years because of players just having fun and doing this online. So it can be done that we can use games to incentivize to be more creative in other non-game contexts or in more serious contexts. However, and I'll skip to, sorry about that. However, you need to understand something, that the more we design design creativity, the harder we chase it, the more it runs away from us. And a prime example is, if I ask you, you probably have seen this on Facebook, on social media. If I asked you to play this game, which is to say the color, not the word. So to say that this is green, red, blue, and so on. It's annoying. One, because you don't really understand why I'm making you do this. Two, you kind of know that the purpose is to see the person struggle with the game, so it's not really a positive experience. And three, it's not a volunteer engagement. I am telling you to do it. It's not you necessarily choosing to do it. Whereas what is happening with Animal Crossing, what I showed you at the start, the game, is the complete opposite of that. It is voluntary. It's a game that people are choosing to buy and to spend money on and to spend time on. It's positive. They enjoy it. They are having a nice experience there. And they have a purpose. They want to design islands so that their friends are going to see them. They want to design clothes so that they can share those clothes with other people. There is a reason for why they're doing that. And so if we want to design, or if we want to see creativity, what we can do is that we can provide the tools for it to emerge and then hope for the best. And what are the tools? The tools are basically, according to a lot of research that I've tried to summarize in one slide, so it's a bit oversimplified, is that, well, social designs really work. People want to share, want to create by nature, and they want to share with others, talk with others, show them, work together. They want to be creators. Open creation and open worlds without rules can be nice for some people. But however, sometimes rules and prompts can be nice. Remember when I told you initially that Tom Nook gives the player some nudges for what to do? This sometimes helps players when they do not know what they're supposed to do. So you can try the same thing in a workshop. And this is an example I have here. If you're running a workshop, for example, have a box with weird items, like a collection of items that are not necessarily related to each other, a ball, a book, a controller, a scarf, whatever, and ask people to randomly pick an item they like. And then ask them, well, after having picked, you had to pick from those items. So this is the rule. Now think with me, what is the connection of this item to the purpose of our workshop together today? So if we're holding a workshop about doing a new marketing strategy for our company, tell me, what do you think this scarf means in this topic today? And so by creating these artificial sort of constraints or rules, that can force people to get out of the box. It works sometimes, sometimes it doesn't work. A key thing is that all of this has to be voluntary. So if people do not want to be creative, you cannot really force them to be creative. It doesn't work. So gamification being in a workplace where your boss is requiring you to participate in it does not work because of that. You need to create this spirit that we all have a common purpose or a goal that we are working towards, and it is important that we participate and hope that through this people start to voluntarily want to participate. Time and space limits also work with the same way like rules, by telling you that, okay, you need to work fast. You have 5 minutes, get as many ideas as you want, or think quick. So that also can activate people, making sure that there are no stupid ideas or that no stupid idea will be punished, kind of, and giving people the room to come up and do and create. Optionally, you can create an alternative reality, like with Animal Crossing, where it's happening or an imagined world, or our reality can also work. It depends on the context. It depends on the situation. You can also use objects like I showed you with the box. You don't really need to use an object if you don't want to. Even like a simple post-it. I'm sure you've participated in workshops where they told you take a post-it and write an idea on it. A simple post-it would work as an object that encourages creativities. Optionally, you can offer rewards. That the best idea that people like the most is going to get a reward. People don't really need rewards, though. If they are really voluntarily choosing to engage with this, and if they're really having fun, you don't really need rewards. But who doesn't like rewards? It's fun to get rewards. So yeah, could work. And I have here another example for you. So if we're talking about virtual worlds, this was a teacher using a game called Half-Life during the pandemic to teach students math, because he realized that this is the way to connect with the students, to speak their language, so to say. And so he put on his VR glasses, students put on their VR glasses, and they were all in this virtual world talking about math together. And that was very engaging for people. The last example you might have come across it is Minecraft. So it is another open world tool, another open world game where players can create whatever they want. And it is highly used in education to get students to work together and to learn skills that can be transferred outside of life, such as cooperation, for example, and leadership. And how do you work with other people? How do you encourage them to be creative, and so on? If you're interested in more examples, then these are key resources that I can recommend for you. This is a very nice book. It's a very light to read. If I remember correctly, this is the website of the book. So there are more resources here, more examples of creative games like this, that if you're interested in the application of games wherever you want to apply them, same thing would goes for these two links. And with that, I'm not sure if I was on time or not, but perhaps if there is room for questions, or I'm not sure how, Alessandro, you would like to organize this, since I'm sorry, but I need to leave. I have other commitments.
Okay, no worries. We were thinking about a Q&A afterwards, but since your condition, we can make an exception. I leave the question to the floor. Does the floor has some questions? Okay, I do have one question. You talked about motivation. Mm-hmm. And the presenting gifts or not presenting gifts. Can you what is your thinking about? Do you think that creativity should be conveyed by an extrinsic motivation, or do you think that there is room for working in a more intrinsic way of seeing the motivation?
I think that it depends a lot on the situation, but sometimes the thing about creativity is that it's something very innate in us. We enjoy it by nature. So if we just activate that, then we would not need to reward people. But sometimes people need the motivation to start thinking. So in such situations, it could be nice to initially, with specific types of people, if this is the only way for it to work, then of course reward them. But the issue with over-reliance on rewards is that it becomes a condition that you need to give me a reward in order for me to think. And then that is counterproductive, for example, in schools, in education. If we are bringing up children and we want to foster this habit into them. So in that situation, it would be better to teach them to realize, hey, how did it feel when you came up with this idea? Did you feel proud of yourself or happy? And then once they start to recognize these positive emotions, they're going to seek them more. And so they're going to be more creative, rather than, oh, I'm only doing this to get a cookie, for example, which is good work, but I this is not exactly the word I would like to see, but maybe, who knows?
Okay, thank you. I completely agree.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for your observation.
All right. Have a wonderful rest of the paddle. See you.
Okay, thank you, Lobna. Thank you, Lobna. Okay, now it's time to leave the floor to Mr. Per.
All right. Thanks. And I'm here in the real room with you.
Should I start?
Please, and sadly not with you, but thank you for being here online. Also, thank you to Council of Europe. Congratulations on the project and the publications. Thanks to EAI and ArtsIT for having me, and EAI maybe for being a joint. So thank you so much for having me. I owe great thanks to Tony and Alessandro.
Thank you.
It's the one over here.
Okay.
I owe great thanks to Tony and Alessandro, but also to Jürgen Bench and to Andrew Byrne for making this happen for me. It's an honor to be here, and that's what people say when they speak at conferences. But it is an honor for me to be here. It's an honor to be on a panel with such impressive minds. It's an honor for me to be in an academic setting. I'm a college dropout, so I'm humbled by the weight of your scientific achievements, and I'm humbled and honored to by the recognition of Council of Europe for putting culture and creativity and video games in the same headline. I'm not used to that. It's if I would go back, 20 years and say that this would happen, probably the 2002 pair would not believe it. So it is an honor to be here. My name is Stromback. I'm a lobbyist for the games industry in Sweden since many years, 18 years almost. Before that, I used to work as a game publisher and a game developer. I worked on many games, but most of them, thankfully, forgotten.
Yeah, you need to switch it on.
Okay, I need to switch it on.
It's on the left side.
Left side, okay. Let's see. Is it on now? Yes, good, it works.
It works? No, let me.
Why don't you? Okay, so.
Okay, try now.
Let's try now.
Down.
Yeah, I'm going down or up.
It's this one.
Okay.
And this you go back.
Yeah. So thank you. Okay. So my talk is the democratization of game tools and the rise of the player creator. And I will talk about a lot of the same topics that the previous speakers have touched upon. I think I come to these topics from a little bit of a different direction because I'm involved in commercial game development. And these are the two trends that I find most interesting at the moment in the games industry, in the games market, and in the game player community. And maybe at the end of the talk you will agree or disagree. That might also be interesting. But I'd like to start with talking about this man. Do you know who this is? The Swedish people in the room should know. Okay, I'll say it. It's Torgny Lindgren. He's a very much loved and famous Swedish author, or he was. He passed away in 2017. He was writing in the style of magic realism. Maybe a Portuguese writer, José Saramago, is sort of in the similar type of vein, literary. And when he passed in March 2017, I happened to be at the literary festival in Umeå, which is in the same region in the north of Sweden, where Torgny Lindgren lived and worked and where his books are set. And that really changed. The news of his death really changed the vibe in that festival. Everything was about Torgny Lindgren. And every stage, there was so many different stages with different panelists and authors and readings, but everything became about Torgny Lindgren and what his writing had meant to all the people. And there were so many quotes, but one quote particularly stuck in my mind, and I don't know if I can do it justice in translation, but it goes something like this. He said, in my work, in my books, my voice is only one of the hundreds or thousands of voices that make up the choir of words that are my literature. And I thought that was a really powerful statement, and what a humble statement from the writer, to give the ownership of his literature to the readers. And isn't that true for every art form, that we might see the same art, we may listen to the same music or watch the same movie, but we take away very different things depending on who we are and what we bring to the art. And maybe interpretation is the word that could describe that process. But I think you have put it so well, articulated it so well as for Meriläinen. Now games, I will argue, take that process one step further. Not only is it about the interpretation of the game, but the player actually makes the game. The player changes the game by playing the game. In fact, the game does not exist without the player. It only exists as a potential, but it becomes a game when the player starts interacting with it. Before that, it's silent, it's still, it's quiet. A book, we may read the same book and take away different things, but the words and the letters are always in the same order. You can play a movie to an empty room, leave, you can come back, the movie will be in a different place. But the game will only come alive and be something if with the player or the players. And this is not necessarily limited to digital games. Who knows what this is? Alessandro knows. Anyone else? Okay, Alessandro, what is it?
It's the game of war.
The game of Ur, the royal game of Ur, which is the oldest game known to man. It was designed and played in Mesopotamia, so the cradle of human culture. And so this means that every human civilization has invented games in various forms. It's part of being human, it's part of human civilization, it's part of every human culture. The royal game of Ur, and you can still play it, and it's a very conceptually challenging game, but it's sophisticated, but it's a racing game. It's a horse racing simulation. So it also has this element of abstraction and taking real life piece into the virtual world.
I never played.
Yeah, well, maybe we can play it again. But the basic game mechanics is a race. Be first at the finish line to win the game. And of course, you can see that this game, it just sits there until Alessandro and I start playing it. Then it comes alive, and the meaning becomes the interaction that the game brings, and whatever we talk about as we play it or argue about as we play it. So I would argue that interactivity is the core of games, and it's an artistic phenomenon, a creative phenomenon that we have had huge commercial success in the last decades exploring commercially, but I think that there are so many other conceptual levels in addition to the commercial games that we're just beginning to explore. That's just a leap of faith, and we'll see if that's true. Maybe we've figured out everything about games, but I think that there's a lot more to discover and create. Okay, here are some Swedish-made games. I'm a lobbyist for the Swedish games industry, so forgive me for bragging a little bit about the achievements of the Swedish games industry, and there's a lot to say about this slide. Take away one thing, there's a lot of variety in different game genres, different technologies, different consumer offerings, different distribution formats, different interfaces, big games, small games, whatever. But they all have this capacity in common. They are interactive, and if they're not interactive, they are some different form of entertainment for all. Yeah. Okay, so interactivity can be a blessing and a curse, because as a game developer, the players tend to do things that we didn't expect with the games, and that means that the game not only requires the player, but it also belongs to the player. And I want to take the example of one of the best games of all time, Super Mario Bros. From 1985. Who played this game? Hands up. Okay, a lot of people know this game, played this game. Are you familiar with the concept of speed runs? How fast did you finish Super Mario, if you finished it? I believe this person is Nishiki. I think this person, Nishiki, I believe is the world record holder, finishing Super Mario Bros. In 4 minutes and 54 seconds, and I think 987 thousandths of a second. So that's how close that competition is to measure it by 1,000 of a second. Like when Miyamoto-san and his team made this game back in 1985, I don't think they believed that they were making a speed run game. That was probably not on their minds. So this is an example of the creativity in players and how they take very unexpected terms with the games that we make. Another example has already been mentioned. Half-Life started out as a one single-player linear narrative adventure game, very well executed, 1998, I believe, by Valve, and it became Counter-Strike as a mod by Jess Cliff and Min Lee, 2 players who decided to make it into a completely different game. Of course, that was embraced by Valve, the company that makes Half-Life, and it was included in the commercial offer, and now it's one of the most popular titles of all time. But it started out as a collaborative player grassroots experiment. This is the Lanxess Arena in Cologne. It's the arena where Madonna and Rolling Stones play their concerts when they are in Germany. And this is the finals from 2017 or 18 for Counter-Strike. And it has 15,000 spectators. All right. What's next? Okay, so do you know what this is? Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk, exactly. This is the character tool, the character generation tool. So this is an example of intentional invitation of the players to co-create with the game. So you can make your own characters in the game, and much like the example of Animal Crossing, you can design the character the way you want to appear inside the game. So this was purposely, in contrast to the speedruns. You know this game?
Portal.
Portal, yes, Portal. And this is the level editor for Portal, so that allows you to design your own levels. And it's very generous, I find, of the game makers to share the level editor tools and invite the players to make their own levels. There is a problem. I know that there are people working in the special departments checking the maps, because sometimes the maps have things in them that boys like to draw. So they want to, people work removing those maps from the
limitation of creativity.
It's a limitation of creativity, but it's also a question, I guess, of I'm sure there are some games that allow those types of levels as well. People have made a point before this afternoon about YouTubers. This is PewDiePie, Swedish, you may have heard him, and also about cosplay. So I won't go into that. I just want to show off my really cool Hitman cosplay. Yeah, I did have the barcode in the back, but it wasn't sure.
Come on.
Okay, so here are some examples of intentional co-creativity on the part of the game makers, and also spontaneous co-creativity from the players. What else? Just to make the point that this is not some new phenomenon. World of Warcraft is 2003. The Sims is 97. This is, do you know what this is? Anyone know this game?
Kim Kardashian.
It had 50 million registered players at its peak. It's called Stardoll. It was a fashion simulator. It was a Finnish, I believe it was a Finnish housewife who made it and started it and became a viral thing, and it was later commercialized by a Swedish company. It's not really very active anymore, but that really was a toolkit for expression of the player's creativity in the form of fashion. And this is part of my life story. Who knows what this game is? Yes, the Swedes know. Say it. Meriläinen. Yes, Meriläinen. So Meriläinen was a children's book character, but became really popular when he was turned into a game. And this is the first game built cars with Meriläinen, 95 or so. So you built cars. And this was 2D macromedia director. We called it multimedia at the time. CD-ROM was the distribution format. And the basic gameplay was to build cars and drive them and see if they worked. And this is the kind of car you could build. So it doesn't look like anything useful, but it was already then a tribute, integrating the player's creativity into the core gameplay. And the car didn't work, it crashed because you paid to put brakes on it, had to go back to the garage, make it better, etc. So it's also an iterative design process. Hugely popular. And it's being rebooted actually. Somebody's making Meriläinen for mobile phones now. So watch out for that. Okay. We already talked about Minecraft, but I want to make the point now that there is a commercial opportunity. The previous examples have more been about added values to games, where the core commercial offering has maybe been not so focused on player creativity, but maybe the strongest trend now is making the player's own creative expression. It's the core. 2 minutes, okay. So Minecraft is a great example of that. I wanted to find something Portuguese. So this is the Torre de Belém. It's outside Lisbon. If you haven't visited, go have a look. But this one is inside Minecraft. So somebody built it with incredible resolution with the building blocks. Also, we think of creativity in Minecraft building with the blocks, but it's also crafting. So making new materials, much like what Lobna Hassan was talking about from Animal Crossing. And the other one is Roblox, one of the most successful commercial games, started in 2005, but really started this roller coaster a few years ago. And somebody made the Portuguese firefighters in Roblox. So you can now play a Portuguese firefighter. And that's a beautiful example of player creativity, much in the same way as Lobna Hassan was talking about. Okay, so these are all examples of player creativity. I'll use my last minute to talk about the game development tools. Unreal Engine 5 is just out. It's free. You can download it for free. There's no charge. And this is the kind of visuals that you can create using that. And not only do you get access to the software tools, you also get the library with lots of graphic assets. So you don't have to do everything from scratch. You can use the work by others and create. And another example is Unity, and it has the same system where you can use assets from other people and put them in your creation. These are professional tools. These are made for commercial games. A lot of the most successful commercial games are made with these tools, but they are now accessible to the public. They're not necessarily easy to use, but it's possible to learn, and there's tons of tutorials, etc. Now, these two trends of player creativity and democratization of game tools have spawned a new phenomenon, and that is, I'll use two Swedish examples. Hyperworld is a game engine which allows you to create your own games and publish your own games. It's also for free. It's downloadable on your smartphone. Anyone can use it, and it's much easier to use than some of the more professional tools that I explained, that I mentioned just before. And another example is Fancade. So Hyperworld is from Göteborg. Fancade is from Linköping. It's also free. You can download it, and your game will look good from the start. There's a number of different game mechanics that you can start using. You can build your own game. So this, I find, is taking the trend of Minecraft and Roblox, combining it with the democratization of the professional game tools, and giving the power of creativity to everybody to make games. It's become a lot easier to make games. It's not become any easier to make a good game. That's still as hard as before, but it's accessible to a lot more people. And I don't know where this will go, but I think we'll see a lot more variety, even more variety in the games that are made, and a lot more maybe a similar trend to how photography and video has evolved with digitalization in the last couple of decades. So it's an everyday thing to create a game, just like it's an everyday thing to take a picture and share it online. So we'll see that this brings a lot of opportunity for our industry, but not least a lot of opportunity for the players. So try it for yourself, have a look, and there are many other tools, but these two are special dear to me because they're Swedish. So this has been the democratization of game tools and the rise of the player creator. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Per. Very, very inspiring. So there, do you have a presentation?
Yeah, sure.
Please.
Oh, you open up my. I'll introduce the shirt again. Huh? Hello again. You're getting tired of you now. Well, Rui finds my presentation. I want to share it with you. My hand would be here. I want to be a gamer.
I don't know.
Sorry, where is the?
I think you've drawn it for me. There's a PowerPoint game.
Body paint, this one?
No, it's called game.
Oh, okay, game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm not a big gamer, but early on I was doing lots of this virtual interaction with empowering people to creatively express themselves and how it would impact them. And I was in a big production house around about the mid-90s. I created a scenario, the day that games started to interest me, relevant for my body of research. I used this chair. This might be sitting in front of him. So you have to imagine now, I'm in this big production house, there's about 30 people in front of me facing the other way. So you guys all facing that way. And these guys, they switched off all of their creative endeavors during the day, and we were around about 4 or 5 o'clock. So imagine me now multiplied by 30 or 40 people, and I'll show you what was happening to these guys only using the mouse and only using the keyboard. I'll try and act a little bit here. So here's the screen, here's the mouse, here's the keyboard. Okay, so this body interaction was happening, even though they were using the mouse and the keyboard. And 30 or 40 people doing all this. And yet I was using gesture into my empowerment of creative expression. So the interface and the content of games triggered me a bit, because I play games, yeah, but I'm not a good gamer. I'm still not playing that much games, but my interest is the player. What player into that, and what some of the other people into that, the player, the playing. And I met Eva not long after that, and we discussed this play aspect of games. And over the years since we've been exploring this as another tool towards my array of different senses to empower people, different content to empower people. And those of you who are in the talk this morning, you have an idea of the environments we're looking at. There's a big academic activity, if you like. There's journals, Games for Health, lots of papers out there, lots of the games that are out there are working with VR, getting people within an immersive environment to really engage them in what's happening. My life with the game side is that we started a company at the end of the 90s towards creating multimedia flash games as it was then. And it was very simple games. What we were doing was making a game that we could tailor for different conditions of the person. So I've been 6 years working within a clinical base in Copenhagen, which was kind of together the rehabilitation of acquired brain injury. So over the years, I've worked with people who have an acquired injury as well as those born with an injury. So to give them a sense of well-being in their life, as best we can be, if they cannot be cured, or to try and cure them as best we could if somebody had a neglect on one side of the body, a sense of balance problem, or what have you. Let me see if I can move this on. Is it down here?
Hold on. Try now.
Good. Great. So watching people play games. And so my research was all about then how to create these environments and the interfaces. You saw the drum interface, for example, earlier this morning, as a tool to bring this fuzziness of the system that I was developed. And that became really interesting for me this morning. I touched on it, I'll be very quickly through this, looking at the person interactive kinesphere, where that's a data space, as well as the information that's there. We look at the silence around the interfaces as well. So we can trigger from movement, but also they're able to not trigger within a certain area as well, which is important, like an off switch. Sometimes within gestural interfaces, you need that space for people to breathe. Okay, now I'm going to start again. And it's the same with performance art. And we were able to interact with the technology and explore the data that was collected, look at patterns, look at different things, and give some of the technology to therapists. And there's been some publications by third-party therapists who examined it and had huge results, especially balanced with elderly people and other genres of it. Again, I talked about this morning, this virtual environment where you use it all as the center, the player, the playing, where you're looking at the different methods of interfacing. We could be using gloves, natural locomotion, magic wands. This is from a few years ago by Galba, JL. And then the different mappings to the content and how to present it to the person, whether it's HMDs or whether it's screen-based or what have you. And within the rehab side of things, you need to observe the person and the effect, the emotional effect on the person. So very often you need to see the eyes. If you look at the HMDs, that was always a challenge. And then we put these miniature cameras inside to look at the eye pupil dilation, so we get an idea of the emotion relative to what the people were looking at. And if you think of the design of using an Unreal Engine or Unity, we're able to just then go and change the environments that they're interacting with. You're able then to customize what they're interacting with to affect them emotionally. So you have that after-effort loop that I talked about this morning, which we target through the interactions. As I talked about, you can have on-body or body sensors, so there's lots of data you can collect, and there's thick data that you have to really sort out and look at minute differences within the patterns to try and get an indication of what's going on. Again, I talked about using different types of sensors where we're talking about linear. There's a different movement of a linear space as opposed to planar space or a volumetric movement. You can look at the different types of results you want from the interaction with a game or within the interactive environment where they're creating, where it could be mixing or perhaps a volumetric with a linear, so you get a range of motion with a circular motion, looking at the body where you have the information being projected into the body, and you're able to use your body to allow the information to go past you to something that registers that data based on the dynamics of the emotion. I'm trying to be very quick because I talk about this forever. So these are the early sensors we made. These were 3 infrared sensors converted from a light sensor. And the important thing with these, we can move the sensor. If I work with George, I can move this sensor up here or right here, depending on what we wanted to interact with: head motion, hand motion, feet motion, or whatever. Games, specifically, this was one of the multimedia flash games we used. And we basically had 2 sensors that were
setup, one for linear horizontal travel of the dolphin, wireframe dolphin, or up and down, another sensor for the up-down motion of the dolphin. Fish is dropping down, very simplistic, but you can navigate this dolphin round. It's a really, really nice motion. Capture the fish. You have the number of fish that will caught, different levels, and then every so often a jellyfish will come out and eat you. So, but that was a big success, and I hope that it's going to work by showing you this. All of the ethics are covered, all of the permissions are covered, just the same because of the GDPR stuff we have nowadays. This is in white is the physical therapist. This is a person with acquired brain injury. She, at the start of this video, is controlling one of the navigations, up or down. He's controlling the other one because he has one side of his body that's got neglect. The idea of this was to progress for him to eventually work with both senses. And it's a bit like this, you know that? Rubbing your head and rubbing your belly. This is the part what we were seeing is we were taking members, they were coming into the session, taking their jackets off and put them on the hooks. And the participation saying all their different names. What you were seeing was one was saying, oh, I know people today. But that's also protected. It's social mechanism. We can both senses here. Quite complex.
Der går ind og tager sensoren, det er derfor, den ikke kommer helt til hovedet.
The therapists, they have desires for the movement. They want to see the dynamics of that movement. Then we have to program the sensors to be dynamic, match to the complex combination, to match the dynamics that they wanted as a nuance of advancement for the person with the damage. This is another game based on the dynamic of the arm movement and letting go of the ball. If it isn't a hard enough dynamic of hand movement, the ball doesn't come out of the hand.
There we go again.
This is another one where you could adjust the size of the tray, you could adjust the friction between the glass and the tray. Again, based on the dynamics of movement, where as they improve their abilities, you could tailor it to have smaller trays or a less coefficient of friction between the glass and the tray. So the project was about 5 years, 6 years, humanity. I'm not expecting to read this, but we had a research protocol based on creativity, where we looked at the physiotherapeutic tests, the psychological tests, and it was a really, for me, at that time as a non-academic, it was really interesting how they developed around the point of creativity a total research protocol, which I don't think we've totally explored at the moment. The method is written there. I got a patent on communication method and apparatus relevant to this. It talks about the different objectives of the research, and the patient selection was by the CRBI, Center for Rehabilitation of Brain Injury in Copenhagen. This shows the last game we saw, basically another guy doing it. And these were young guys. This guy was about 22 years of age. I think he'd had a brain injury in Ibiza. I think you don't remember that happened. And so he came back, and these were young guys. You know, neglected, gait problems. And they were motivated to play the games, through the games themselves, but also the thought of getting better through this training instead of this, doing this 50 times or 60 times. And it's like, they would go 80, 90 times where the therapist would say, just do your hand 50 times, huh? As an example. This is the books I showed this morning that we talked about with regards to publishing over the years 2014, 2017, 2021. Technologies for inclusive well-being. And there's the Canadian, 3 of the co-editors there on the right that are from Canada that are doing lots of simulations now with using virtual reality, with virtual patients, gamification, simulation. You can see it on the bottom. And here, again, similar with one Canadian, myself, American, and Australian, one off-body sensing virtual world games for serious applications. And this was earlier on 2014, serious games, alternative realities, and play therapies. And then from this conference, again, I showed this slide this morning, this results from this conference, but this is over the years. In 2009, we started doing our IP, and we brought game creativity, game creation into it a little bit later. So these are the books that have been published with people who attended the conferences, their papers have been put out there. So hopefully that makes some sense. I had to go quick, I'm sorry. But I want to show you the shirt again. So thank you, Alessandro, for the invitation. Thank you, Pei, for your focus on players. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We already steal some moments from the coffee break. Maybe I will leave some moments for you to raise some questions or observations.
Questions from online?
Or online, of course, also. Yes?
Thank you. Very interesting. Maybe a question, the odd one here.
We all put the hands up.
No, I'm thinking about the fact that you represent the commercial sector here, or private sector, and some of the things that you mentioned are free. Fireword and was it? Sounds really nice, but I mean, how do you, as representing a commercial sector, go on this commercial angle? I think what people are interested in the connection to education. Do you have anything to say about that?
Yes, for sure. Thank you. Yeah, actually, also Unity and Unreal books are free, and I would say that a majority of the games that are available are free. We have, as an industry, developed a number of models of free offerings, and we are commercial, so of course we make money. In fact, the Swedish games industry makes quite a bit of money, more than iron ore and paper pulp. But how does that work? The advertising model might be most familiar. That's not so popular in games. It exists, but it's not so dominant in games. Subscriptions exist. In the case of Unreal, it's free for hobbyists and educators, etc. But if you want to use it for a commercial project, you pay a license fee. But the most popular business model is in-game purchase. So you buy things inside the game, and typically an in-game purchase model means that 95% or so of the players don't buy anything, and then 5% actually buy something. And most players complete the game without buying anything, but a small number buy them. And that can come in many different shapes. Of course, sometimes it's cosmetic, sometimes it facilitates progress. If you buy, for example, if you play Candy Crush, you can buy the stick to crush the last piece that you need to get out of the way to progress to the next level. Multiplayer games is a little bit sensitive to use purchases to proceed in the game. Single player, not so much. And this is a business model that relies on a big audience, big number of players, a small percentage paying, and then that can still amount to big numbers. So that's the most popular model. I would argue that it's a very consumer-friendly business model, because play as much as you like, buy if you want. Also, there's no third party, there's no collection of private data that's being shared with the third party, etc. So there's definitely a lot of innovation in terms of offerings, and I'm not sure. I'm not saying this is the final business model to end all business model, but it's very useful also for game tools. So yeah, that's how it works. I hope that answers the question.
there was another observation from the floor and another. I just want to jump in before giving the floor to you. One of the concerns that we had when we developed the framework of digital citizenship education was also to sensitize people about the consumer implication of being also a user when you're online. So it's very important that these aspects would be somehow spoiled and talked and discussed in educational program, in educational curriculum. And this is also why we also dedicated some space in this publication to make teachers and parents realize about the complexity of the commercial models behind video games, which a theory are free, but in the end are the most the video game with the most incomes. Like if you take a look at Fortnite, for instance, it's free, but in the end is one of the most popular and most remunerating video games. So there are certainly challenges into the educational field about this. So I just wanted to underline this.
Small personal commentary, but my daughter is 9 years old. And in her letter to Santa Claus, she asked for problems. So, it's what I believe it's what you have. It's like the coin.
Yeah, we call them virtual currencies. So, yeah. There's a company that makes commercial games inside. There's more than one, but one of our member companies make commercial games inside of Roblox. So they are professionals, almost 100 people working to make games inside of Roblox, and they make money, Robux, and then they trade it to pay their staff and whatever cost they have.
The question.
Yes, and there was also, thank you.
And also, well, I study journalism, and one of the main problems in journalism is the finance, the commercial plan of what are we going to do now, and maybe we could learn from video games a little bit, because it's a big crisis for the market of news.
Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for, we've heard a lot about games and motivational and engaging, and they are inspiring and so on. And we also know that games are currently being used in a wide range of contexts. So my questions to both the industry, opposed to the research or academic question is in where it take the industry, what challenges are you meeting or facing right now, or what are the urgent questions that you need to approach? And I have the same question to the academic or the research side of it. What are the most challenging questions you are dealing with right now, and how do you think that you can investigate them more?
Thank you.
Okay.
Please, you can go and then.
Thank you, Alessandro. Yeah, so I give two answers. One maybe short term, yeah, maybe both are long term. But I said in the beginning that I would not have believed that culture, creativity, and video games would be in the same headline in a panel organized by the Council of Europe. The recognition of games as something important, the recognition of play as something important, the recognition of our industry as something important. I think that's my strongest drive to make games recognized as valuable unto themselves, not for what they can accomplish applied to other things, but as a value unto themselves. And that is from my teenage trauma when me and my friends were busy playing pen and paper role-playing games and felt very, very misunderstood. And I think a lot of young players feel similarly misunderstood. And from the industry's point of view, that obviously is also a priority, the recognition, but in the more immediate term, it's access to talent. We struggle to find enough people to make games. We have demand in the global market, which is growing very rapidly. We have lots of concepts, and we have the money to make those games, and we have the structures, the business models like we talked about, but we lack the production capacity. So that's why, for example, in Sweden, in the Swedish companies, there are more people working for Swedish companies outside of Sweden than in Sweden now, because we have to look everywhere for talent and more people to hire. So long term, hopefully creativity can be an even richer resource, and that can be expressed in the form of professional game development.
I don't know if Mikko or Andrew wants to react to the question. Have you heard it?
Could you repeat the question, please?
What the question basically was, what are the challenges that as a researcher we will face more or less in the field, the next big challenges?
Challenges or the most urgent questions?
Or the most urgent questions.
Yeah, I can take this first. Of course, there's plenty to do in the field of game research. There are still a lot of issues, for example, related to discrimination and online hate. If we are considering these kinds of wicked problems to address, then on the other side, there's also this kind of normalizing discussion of games. I think we have this, as I mentioned in my presentation, this notion of games as somehow sort of separate from the rest of life, especially when we are talking about young people. But I think we still have some way to go before we kind of understand gaming as an everyday part of life. And as long as we don't have this kind of understanding, I think that it unnecessarily complicates many of these discussions. But of course, the game or different game cultures have still lots of like internal problems, or kind of those areas where they tie into broader societal problems, just like gender imbalance and discrimination, as mentioned. So those are some things worth mentioning. And of course, coming from an education background, for example, communicating to parents the need for their interest in games, not just from the point of view of restricting and limiting, but also kind of fostering this literacy and understanding of games, supporting their children's gaming, helping them navigate this sometimes very complicated landscape of like digital landscape. Because young people from a very young age are interacting with a huge kind of global media apparatus, and they do need parents' support to understand it, and that support doesn't mean simply limiting their access. On the contrary, they need that access, but they need kind of this supported, safe access as well. So I think those are some of the issues that we still need to address, and probably will for the next, I don't know how many years to come.
Thanks, Mikko. I saw that also Andrew is in pole position to.
Thanks, Alessandro. Yeah. Well, lots of challenges and questions, I guess, but just to pick what I think is the biggest one, and it's a challenge both for research and for practice, I think, is the kind of invisibility of games in education as a valued cultural form. I mean, we've called this panel and this group, games and culture, but I think games and culture in schools is pretty well invisible. And I think in a way we're at risk of fighting with ourselves about this, because the more we propose games as a kind of instrumental solution to educational problems, really as a form of e-learning. This is my worry about gamification. I think
the more we do that, the more we make games invisible as a cultural form. It's almost as if, you know, we came along and said, we've just found this fantastic cultural form. It's called poetry. And we think it should be in education somewhere. What will we do with it? Oh, I know, we'll use it to teach chemistry. You know, it's a bit like that. And this is a really serious problem. I mean, it's taken us 100 years to take film seriously as a cultural form which has earned a place in the curriculum. And even now with film, 100-year-old, you know, vitally important form. Every government says our film heritage is important, you know, but where is it in the curriculum? It's nowhere. You look across Europe, film is not taught across the age range in any country in Europe or any country in the world. It's not assessed. It doesn't have an assessment framework like literature or maths or science. And if that's a problem with film, how many hundreds of years is it going to take us to take games seriously? So, I mean, for me, that's the biggest challenge. It's kind of invisible. And the more we try and instrumentalize it as a form of e-learning, the more invisible we make it as a cultural form.
Thank you, Andrew. Very inspiring answer. Yes, I think you hit the spot. I just want to add one thing, and then Tony wants to show one last video. In educational terms, I think that also another priority, or let's say another big challenge, is to try to give a representation of the complexity of it. Usually when in educational sector, but also with when people like talks about video games, refer to video games as a unique block, as the video game. But in fact, it holds a complexity which is very deep, and it goes from the most commercial game made with commercial logic, made with neoliberalistic implant, to the most authorial small independent games that are really born to send a message, and they really have been created with the intention to communicate something. So the spectrum is so wide, and just do something to give back the complexity and to unveil the complexity of it would be already a big effort. But this is one of the many challenges, as my colleagues said. Okay.
Yeah, if I can add to that and try and answer you, but I think the education of not just students towards making games and use them, but the institutions where those students might be going or might get a better education of making games if they were more interested in taking us interns. I'll show a little video now of some of our students. It's 2 minutes, so you can have coffee straight after that. Because we worked a few semesters with these students. We had a very small campus, and they were working with games and VR. And you can see a couple of semesters quickly working through the games they worked with. But the big thing was that they worked with the institution. They went out there, we fixed them up to get out there and interface with the therapists, which meant the therapists had to volunteer their time, which is very important. They gave great input towards the design of the games to understand how somebody could improve. Of course, I'm biased with the healthcare side of things, and that could be wider perhaps, but this is the video now. I'm going to ask Alessandro.
Is this one?
Yes, please. So, just to show this, and
I think it should, the screen is should be shared, no?
Basically, the education was called Mediology, and it was based on creativity and technology. Started 2002, and
Okay.
Yeah. So. That was the replacement of the therapist within the variable space. They couldn't prove it. So generate physical properties within the different objects within the virtual environment based on dynamics and movement. And basically having fun. So the big thing I said this morning, I think, is getting designers to work with therapists and therapists to work with designers across.
Nice.
So, thank you.
Thank you. It was very interesting. Thanks for the people who sacrificed some time for the coffee break to stay here. And thanks for the people who will also watch this video from home or watch this video from home. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Mikko and Andrew. Thank you very much.
Thanks for organizing it.
Yeah, thank you very much. And until next time.
Yeah.
Yes, until next time. You will hear from me by email soon.
All right. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.
And thanks, Andrew, for everything, and sorry for everything.
No, it's my fault. All my fault. Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Should I do something?
All right, good job.
Thank you very much.
I'm impressed you did that with your.
It was very tricky.
Yeah. I love Andrew.
This mid-range called mid-range with Laura.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that.
I heard about it. Yeah.
It's very much. So sorry if I that you.
No, it's fine. Everything was fine in the end. So yeah, it's I was a little bit concerned when we couldn't get the audio to work on this.
You did a good job sending names.
Okay.
So they could.
Yes,
Okay, sure.
When you
In 1 hour. Yeah.
they don't change the glass.
Maybe in the morning.
the glasses.
The glass,
Yeah.
There are still clean ones.
some people not use,
Yeah.
I believe.
Yeah.
They're still
No, I knew it last week, but they didn't.
It's okay.
There was no good.
Tell me things I don't know.
I'm just gonna use the Mac. I'm gonna take your HDMI out, and you just point this at my presentation.
The problem is the streaming. It goes through.
But you just follow it through as if you're a participant.
You make the Zoom section and then make another. Okay, you guys?
No,
No,
I've got,
because the problem is
I've
the
got EPS, I've got Photoshop documents, videos.
no, the problem is not that because it's for streaming. You don't see the things.
Yeah, but you point, like they just see me talk. They're like, look. So you just stream the webcam and I'll.
That's why you don't use the Zoom. Come on, you can.
Because it gives me too much post-traumatic stress disorder.
Oh, never mind.
But it
It's
won't.
easy. You can internet. You see the internet here? You have internet? Or you can
Yeah.
put is
I'm in that, yes, I've got that.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's easy.
So that's
Just
okay,
go-
it's
Go
here
to the browser.
to the browser. I've
It's
got Zoom,
very-
I mean, I used to have Zoom on here somewhere.
Come on,
Is that it? Oh, yeah.
very easy.
Hopefully the Council of Europe.
I give you
Support.
Last but not least, quantas pessoas é que estão a assistir em média? Só para ter uma noção.
Não sei bem.
Não sabe.
Peraí. Posso abrir aqui a seguinte.
No YouTube? Sim.
Three, but I think I'm one of them.
And the other, maybe the other one. So you're going to be live on YouTube.
Max, it's my debut.
As a YouTuber. So we start with the presentation from Jonas Moons and Stefan Leijnen from Zurich University of the Arts, I believe, because I have contradictory information. But let's check with the presentation. And it's the name of the presentation is Next Level Choreography, Applying a Transformer Network to Generate Improvised Dance Motions. So we take the some of the subjects we have discussed this morning. Utrecht. No, it's fine.
Hello, welcome to the Next Level Choreography presentation. In this video, I'm going to discuss an application of a transformer network to generate improvised dance motions. Another kind of blue is a dance group based in The Hague, the Netherlands. They use some drones in their performances. Now they want the drones to be able to dance themselves, with the input music and without human interactions. To achieve this aim, first it is needed to develop an algorithm to generate human dance movements. Then these movements can be translated to the movements of the drones. Therefore, in this study, it is investigated how a deep learning algorithm can generate 3D dance movements based on a musical score and existing another kind of blue choreographies. To gather dance motions datasets, mocap system is used. Different cameras are installed around the studio and they detect motion sensors on dancer suit. And the dance motions are recorded in the Motif software. Data acquisition is done within the improvised dance, with 9 dancers, 4 different pieces of music, and 20 choreographies. In total, there are 183 tracks. 90% of them are basic movements, and the rest are more complex dance movements. To sync the movements and the music are added at the beginning of the music. Start.
Start.
The real dance movements start immediately after the end of the beats. The recorded tracks are cut from the end of the beats and with the duration of the music. After data cleaning, the needed features should be extracted. For motion features, SMPL model is used. In this model, the roots joint location and direction, and the 3D rotation of each joint compared to their parent's joint is needed. For music, these features are envelope, MFCC, chroma, one-hot peaks, and one-hot bits. All these features are extracted with Librosa Python package. After literature study, a model with 3 transformers network is chosen. The inputs are 2 seconds seed motion plus 4 seconds music, and the output is end motions based on the music. The dataset is split in the train and test datasets. About 12% of the recorded tracks are used as test dataset, and their music is different from the train dataset. The model is trained, and the outputs of the test dataset is evaluated from 3 different aspects. The input data quality is examined firstly. As you can see, the mocap data is shown in the left, and at the right you can see the transformed data into SMPL. The SMPL model can generate the exact motions of the mocap within different sequences. However, after examining various ways of transitions, there are still about 15% error in hip motions in datasets. The second approach to evaluate the performance of the model is investigating the trend of the loss function. As you can see, with more training steps, the loss function is decreasing, which shows the model performing well. 2.4 million steps are recommended by the base literature, and it is the maximum training steps used in this study. The last evaluation method is to examine the motion quality. We should consider that it is hard to decide which dance is better, as there is no rule for the right dance. Therefore, the quality of the generated motions are examined both quantitatively and qualitatively. To see if the model generates better motions with the more training steps, 6 dance videos of each 500K steps and 2.4 million steps are generated, with the same music and seed motions. They are grouped into 2 sets in random order and without any indication of the training steps. Actually, with the number of training steps. It is asked from 20 participants to rate the set of the videos from 1 to 10, within 2 aspects: the correspondence of the movements to the music and the degree to which they resembled real human dancing. The average rate of each participant for each model, the model with 500K steps and the model with 2.4 million steps, are used to do a t-test analysis. Before seeing the results, let's look at a sample dance generated with 500K steps. The first part is the seed motion, and the rest is the generated movements.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces.
And a sample video for 2.4 million steps. Again, the first part is the seed motion.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces.
With a t-test, it is investigated which model performs better than the other for each aspect. As we can see, the movements of the model with 2.4 million steps corresponds better to the music. Also, it resembles a real human movement more than the model with 500K steps. Moreover, to evaluate the motion quality, an interview is done with a professional choreographer, David Middenthorpe, another kind of blues director. A couple of generated dances with 2.4 million steps are shown to him. He describes these movements spooky, unhuman, and unsmooth. However, he can see some coherences in the motions, and they are not completely by random. Then, one of the generated dances examined with him in more details. You can see the sequences of the movements in this picture. He believes most positions are possible, but the transition speed is not feasible for human. Also, he mentioned some positions as cool positions. He points out these positions cannot happen for too long in real life. In some sequences, he vividly sees the proper correlation between the neck and arm movements. To sum up, there is still 15% error in hip movements input. It should be examined how these affect the final results. Currently, we see with the more training steps, the loss function is decreasing and the quality of the generated motions are increasing. Therefore, there is a need to see with even more training steps how much the generated dance motions get better. Lastly, the professional experts believe the generated dance movements might be pleasant for some audience, but the speed of the music and motions are not synced in real life. The music features are used from the base literature. However, the dance genre in the literature is different from another kind of blue dataset. It is vital to investigate if the relation between the music and motions improves with some modification in music features in the next steps. Thank you for watching this video.
Thank you. We have Zara Asabi. She's she's over there. So if you would like to ask a question, I think we can turn this.
Hi.
She's here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you for the nice presentation, and I hope you have seen the Dancify regulation or the dance regulation project, which was very popular with similar kind of dance choreography. And I just wanted to know more about the audio features which you considered. Was there just the MFCT, or did you consider the beat pulse or any other onsets for the music, the audio features specifically? And what kind of loss function have you used over there during training the model?
Sorry, I don't have the voice in a good quality. I don't know if you can repeat the question again.
I will just repeat the question. So I hope you heard about the Dance Revolution project, which is very popular with similar kind of choreography. I just wanted to know about the audio features you used for this particular project. Specifically, did you use the MFCT and the pulse beat and the audio onsets as input? And what was the loss function you used for the model?
Sorry, again, I don't have the yes, I don't have the voice very good.
Maybe we could chat. Can you please come here?
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
Just pose your question here.
Yeah.
There's not.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it
so-
better?
Yes, the sound, the quality is way better.
Okay, so okay, so I was talking like you heard about the Dance Revolution project, which is kind of similar with dance choreography, and what kind of audio feature exactly you use for this project, like the MFCC, the beat pulse, and the onsets, or anything more than that or less than that, and what was the loss function you used for over here, like only MAC or say any other thing? So just these two questions. Thank
Yes.
you.
Of course. Yes, for the video, for the audio features, as I told, we use the MFCC chroma envelope and one hot picks and one hot beats. They were all in Librosa package. It's a free package and free Python package, and we can use it. But the other thing is that we use these features only because they have been used in the literature base. Actually, this literature and the base literature that we chosen, they have already used some features in their paper, and they could generate very good dance movements with them. So we also tried their model to see if with the input of another kind of glue, we can generate the movements that are satisfying for the another kind of glue group. However, it seems that this audio, one of the question is at the end of the discussion, yes, is these features good for this genre of the dance? Because there is also a difference between the genre that another kind of glue using and the genres in the data set of the literature. So maybe, the features needed to be changed, and it's also a question for this paper. Have I answered your question?
Oh, the loss function. The other thing is the loss function. What is the loss function?
It's a L2 loss function. The L2 function, yeah. Do you want me to describe the L2 function?
The last function, yes, the last function.
Yeah. It's a L2 function, and it's literally the wanted output minus the output that we have it. The prediction versus the real output, and after that square it to 2.
I think the answer is given. Thank you. I don't know if you have any more questions. So thank you.
Yes, of course.
Thank
you.
So we continue now with the presentation. It's online as well from Jimmy Eddy, and it's called Audio Kinetics and the Disembodied Voice. And Jimmy Eddy is from Trinity College.
Audio Kinetics and the Disembodied Voice. This paper will explore the basic relationships between disembodied speech and aesthetic experience in sound art through an exploration of 2 original artworks, Rehearsal and Souvenir Redux. The emphasis here is on how these works connect individuals across a variety of listening contexts, as well as the aesthetic and social implications revealed and communicated by the installation experience. The premise is that while sound installation art is a tangible object, it emphasizes a dislocated and dynamic sensory experience through a complex combination of oral, kinetic and visual experience. The disassociation of sight and sound promotes a particular type of listening in which we can explore the inherent dimensions of sound and discover that a sound's emotional, physical and artistic value is found not just in the context or meaning, but also in its acoustic qualities of timbre and texture. In many respects, the works presented here are meta-referential exploration of sonic space. Furthermore, the objective is to create an immersive audio environment that takes the listener into the constructed sonic world where the disembodied voice thematically develops over time. The work's disconnected sound world and heightened sense of sonic perspective are explored through using low and high fidelity audio aesthetics, as well as media-specific self-reference. While the works include conversation fragments, it is not driven by a textual narrative, but rather seeks to evoke experiences similar to those elicited by hearing poetry read aloud. Ultimately, these soundscape works integrate text, field recordings and music, all of which play a part and work in tandem to provide each listener with a particular personal experience. Creating sound artworks that are congruent with an environment can afford an enhanced visual awareness. Rehearsal was the result of an intention to create a piece capturing a chamber ensemble rehearsal process. The musicians tuning their instruments, their first attempt at interpreting the score, their conversations, their voice, namely all of the elements that are intentionally left out of a final recording or a public performance. There is an originality and edge to these first attempts which slowly recedes through the rehearsal period, as both composer and musicians search for perfection. In an effort to flout the conventional standards of aiming for absolute precision, the intention was to document the rehearsal process as something in and of itself. These unique and unsteady moments as the musicians attempt to find the piece, how they converse about the piece, their interpretation. We hear the musicians' disembodied voices together with their instruments.
Even when we play the
The musicians, their initial interpretation of the score was captured. As they converse informally and intersperse their voices in a conversational fashion, the voice itself becomes the vocal point of the performance. By setting 8 different sections of audio on each powered speaker, the parts would cycle through and repeat asynchronously. Consequently, all 8 speakers would overlap, resulting in complicated combinatorial variations. The slow, gradual process of the changing parts melding and fusing created an ever-changing sonic event that recomposed itself every 5 minutes. This work explored the idea of performance, chance and generative processes. It was an exploration of theology and openness. The work was in permanent flux of rehearsal. A significant influence on this work was from the Japanese performance artist Damo Suzuki. During the 1960s, his band Can created an improvisation approach known as instant composition, an expressive form of improvisational composition. Another conceptual influence on this piece is the traditional Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi and mono no aware, which considers imperfection, impermanence and pathos as being integral parts of any artwork. The rehearsal period itself encapsulates both these principles, and the piece rehearsal is an attempt to acknowledge and celebrate them. This work was presented in the foyer of a concert hall in Dublin and not in the main performance space.
somewhere around there. Myself and Lisa found a second week would be.
By presenting the work within the confines of a concert hall rather than a gallery space or a traditional rock venue, it was possible to explore the established conventions and hierarchical distinctions that exist within this world, particularly that of the meticulous rehearsal period prior to any performance. Curator and theorist Nicholas Boread suggests that an artwork can be defined as a relational object if its symbolic availability is representational of the site. Having set up the installation and let it run on the first day, it was discovered that the batteries of each speaker would randomly drop out toward the end of each 4-hour cycle. Instead of attempting to fix this technological flaw, it was determined to maintain it, despite the fact that it produced another layer of processual recombination and disintegration, leaving only a single speaker playing. This highlighted the creative ambiguity even more so, which was interesting because it was not something pre-planned or considered in the design of the installation. Kim Cascone relates this digital detritus as set byproduct of a medium's shortcoming in what he defines as a form of failure within post-digital practice, but that it ultimately leads to new and unintended aesthetic experiences. Souvenir Redux is a sound installation that explores the disembodied voice through binaural listening, live radio transmission and repetition as the principal aesthetic. The installation is concerned with telecommunications and specifically the impermanence of radio transmission and the human voice. The initial concept was influenced by installation artist Marianne Amasher, in particular her telematic works City Links. The conceptual underpinning of Souvenir Redux also included the transmission and network-based works of Max Neuhaus. His use of radio transmission in public supply and radio net articulated this relationship between broadcast infrastructure and the listener.
Or that it's president, or that it's in love with another sound. I just want it to be a sound. And I'm not so stupid either. There was a German philosopher who's very well known, Immanuel Kant, and he said there are two things that don't have to mean anything. One is music, and the other is laughter. And he said there are two things that don't have to mean anything. One is music, and the other is laughter. And he said there are two things that don't have to mean anything. One is music, and the other is laughter. And he said there are two things.
Another point to note is that conceptually Souvenir Redux is also not far removed from William Burroughs and Brian Geison's cut-up and fold-in techniques for literature. Another more contemporary influence on this piece would be from Robin Rimbaud, and more specifically his experimental use of a police telephone scanner in his early work under the name Scanner. His creative use of this technology allowed the listener to hear snippets of people's personal conversation as a type of audio voyeurism.
been as if I'm treading on hallowed ground. I feel hallowed ground. Breathe down your mouth. 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 Breathe down your mouth.
The installation was presented as an acousmatic real-time event with no live performers within the Arts Technology Research Lab Dublin between 2018 and 2020. The work was presented through headphones rather than loudspeakers so that the listener would have a more refined and intimate oral experience. Essentially, the audio component was made up of 3 layers: a live digital audio broadcasting, live microphone feeds from exterior locations, and pre-recorded material from a workshop period.
Called the hiss and piss from the coffee machine in the background. There's lots of customers. Called the hiss and piss from the coffee machine in the background. There's lots of customers. Called the hiss and piss from the coffee machine in the background. There's lots of customers. Called the hiss and piss from the coffee machine in the background. There's lots of customers. No, that's not for you. Coffee machine in the background. There's lots of customers.
I cannot get it any higher or lower. Well, no, I've gotten it though.
One day I'm gonna want a fucking piano on stage, but we're not there yet. So this is great because want a fucking piano on stage, but we're not there yet. So this is great because want a fucking piano on stage, but we're not there yet. So this is great because.
In some ways, this work also pays homage to John Cage's imaginary landscapes, essentially making works with rather than for radio. The concern in this project has been the representation and qualitative aspects rather than the quantitative or phenomenological aspects of sound. It could be considered as a study of transient sonic events that are rich in reference and symbolism, such as mainstream radio broadcasts and urban soundscape. When these two audio streams are juxtaposed and experienced binaurally in real time, this highlights not only the ephemeral and the temporal aspects, but also a sense of place. As Guy Debord once suggested, places are made by subjecting them to experienced time. Another principle used is that of repetition, and how certain phrases are repeated, they begin to lose their original semantic meaning, as observed by Diana Deutsch. This phenomenon was explored by delaying and repeating random segments of radio interview broadcasts, and it was discovered that the captured transmission implied a new semantic meaning.
The album began with, 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 the album began with.
This has the effect of making an everyday spoken word radio broadcast acquire a new contextual meaning. To illustrate the importance of repetition within music, cognitive science Elizabeth Helmuth Margulis carried out an extensive empirical study of the aesthetic responses to repetition, which she claims it was preferred even within what is considered complex Western art music. In terms of the technical execution for this work, all audio signals were routed to a DAW where real-time automation and processing occurred. Feeds were processed from 2 stereo sets of radio microphones placed at different exterior locations, and 4 sets of stereo radio DAB were routed through a DAW through a virtual wiring system. Then this was spatially and spectrally dynamically processed within a 10-minute loop. All audio feeds were then processed through a Neumann KU100 dummy head microphone to encode the audio binaurally in real time. The use of the KU100 not only served as real-time binaural encoder, but also as a sculptural object within its own right, as it emphasized and alluded to the physicality of hearing. The microphone locations were chosen for their different sonic qualities. One set was urban street sounds, while the other one was placed at a water of a canal. There was a certain drama presented within the soundscape as sounds emerged and evolved and decayed throughout the work. The urban soundscape with its architecture of hard surfaces and the street sounds of people made for varied and dynamic tapestry of sound events, coupled with more soothing water-based sounds coming from the microphones at the canal.
Just reinvent Labour, or we need a new party, or we need to rebrand.
Oh, your son, is he? He's made the football team, has he? Little Lucas, he's made the football team. Oh, okay. My daughter is the face of the campaign to rescue this planet from the jaws of oblivion. But good luck with your little kickabout, Lucas. Off you go. Little Lucas, he's made the football team. Oh, okay. My daughter is the face of the campaign to rescue this planet from the jaws of oblivion. But good luck with your little kickabout, Lucas. Off you go. Little Lucas, he's made the football team. Oh, okay. My daughter is the face of the campaign to rescue this planet from the jaws of oblivion. But good luck with your little kickabout, Lucas. Off you go. Little Lucas, he's made the football team. Oh, okay. My daughter is the face of the campaign to rescue this planet from the jaws of oblivion. But good luck with your little kickabout, Lucas. Off you go.
To conclude, the purpose of this paper was to attempt to locate the practice of working with sound within the context of contemporary art installation, in the hopes of better defining what it means to work with and experience sound. In addition, there is an endeavour to contextualise sound art both historically and philosophically in connection with the evolution of the visual and musical arts. These presented works seek to partially address the sometimes overlooked interactive and reciprocal impact that occurs between these two fields, which sound art appears to distinctively cultivate and occupy.
Okay. Unfortunately, we don't have the author of this communication present. So if you would like to comment anything, or you're welcome. Otherwise, we proceed with our program, don't we? So now we have the next presenter here with us, ArtsIT Selkut, and his communication is entitled Cross Sections Between Geometric Patterns of the Past and the Generative Arts of Today. And he's here with us. University of Istanbul.
Geometric patterns of the past and the generative arts of today. Geometric patterns have a long tradition dating back to early antiquity. The heyday of the use of geometric patterns to create advanced compositions was during the era of the Islamic Enlightenment. The widespread use of everyday mathematics in the period also facilitated the increase of the competence of artists with high skills in abstracting visual content. Today, various methods are used to create such complex shapes faithful to their original representations. While focusing on the historical stance of geometric patterns and their visual integrity, this paper proposes an alternative system to implement trigonometric and computational methods to generate geometric patterns out of simple constructive shapes. Furthermore, this paper also employs the use of computer programming to generate dynamic geometric patterns to build a bridge between the geometric patterns of the past and the generative arts of today. Introduction. Abstraction is a phenomenon frequently encountered in science, art, and philosophy. We resort to abstraction as a tool to describe an obvious or non-obvious phenomenon through our way of thinking and to enable us to move between the relations that appear before us on philosophical grounds. Due to its ontologically distant stance from the physical state of the thing or things it is related to, the act of abstraction inevitably brings with it the relations of the signifier and the signified that emerge at different levels between things. Abstraction does not exist physically in the world we live in, but as a product of thought in our minds. Abstract relations that art forms through representation with thoughts have been handled in different ways in movements such as Cubism, Fauvism, Abstract Expressionism, Rayonism, Suprematism, Futurism, Opt-art, and Constructivism throughout the historical evolution of art. Located in southeastern France, Chauvet Cave contains one of the best-preserved cave paintings in the world. A distinctive image of large red dots found in the first section of this cave is highly speculative in appearance. The researchers found that these red dots were made by a single person by coating the palm of the right hand with red paint and then transferring this color to the wall. Abstraction consists of things that do not belong to the world of realities that we live together among people. However, when the expression of abstract things is considered, it becomes inevitable that they are depicted with signifiers that exist in the world at some point. Mathematics, which emerges for us to perceive the order and complexity that exists in the universe, has a very rich structure in terms of abstraction. Mathematics, which has a unique language structure with the symbols and abstract concepts it embodies and gains more and more depth by using this language, has a very important place in our understanding of the concrete world we live in. According to Flusser, when words are insufficient to understand the world, it is necessary to understand the world by calculating, and numbers are pictures of thoughts. Numbers, as symbolic structures, enable the tangible things that exist in the world to be counted. In addition, mathematics also deals with abstract content within its own systematic. While the idea of a three-dimensional space is widely adopted in the visible universe, it is possible to accept the existence of a space with more dimensions, even infinite dimensions, thanks to mathematics. In this sense, mathematics has a structure that can provide a transition between abstract and concrete universes. Whether mathematics is a human invention or whether it already exists in nature is another controversial issue. Exactly how and when it emerged is not known, but according to the available information, the oldest existing mathematical texts were found in Mesopotamia and Egypt around 1900 BC. Nevertheless, the Pythagoreans initiated the systematic study of mathematics within a discipline in the 6th century BC. When we look at the ancient Greek civilization, Euclid's book Elements, one of the studies in the field of mathematics, has a very effective place today. Based on the works of ancient Greek mathematicians, this work is considered to be the backbone of geometry, especially since it covers the subject of geometry comprehensively. In this book, Euclid, with his assumptions on plane geometry, revealed that mathematics cannot have an absolute equivalent in the world. For example, according to the information expressed in 10 items known as Euclid's axioms, only one line passes through 2 points. However, although it is possible in theory to obtain an absolute truth beyond the physical equivalent of the point concept, it is not valid in practice. According to the theory of forms, there are 2 different worlds: the visible world of concrete objects grasped by the senses and constantly changing, and the world of abstract objects grasped by the pure mind. The speculative thoughts that developed on the abstract and concrete states that emerged between the perfect forms and their representations in the world were previously discussed by the famous philosopher Plato. Plato's theory of forms rejects the reality of the material world, accepting what exists in materiality as only an image or copy of the real world. According to Platonic thought, perfection is not an attainable phenomenon in this world. Art is seen as worthless by Plato because it cannot go beyond creating a copy of the copy that appears in the world. Real beauty is possible when it reflects the perfection of geometry. However, Plato's effort to create perfect geometries, which he considered impossible, formed the basis of the art of geometry years later. Geometry and art. Throughout history, we see geometric patterns as visual content in many different forms in architecture and art. Geometric patterns sometimes appear as the reflection of an order we observe in nature, and sometimes as the abstract results of an intuitive process that emerges with different techniques applied. Geometric patterns obtained with the help of a simple compass and ruler reveal a very rich world with their complex structures that emerge at different levels in the visual content they present to us, and at the same time with their flawless layouts. In the art of geometry, which takes its inspiration from in-depth abstractions, we encounter some mysterious bridges that are tried to be established between the perceived and the designed. When these bridges are masterfully constructed, they have a simple structure that allows us to look through a window extending to absoluteness, repetition, infinity, simplicity, complexity, order, and chaos. When we try to examine the first examples of geometric patterns, the mosaics found on the floors of the Gordion Palace in Phrygia in the 9th century BC emerge as a remarkable example of non-figurative art. Although there is no figurative narrative in the motifs used in the mosaics in the Megaron II region, various shapes such as checkerboard patterns, meanders, and interlocking triangles are observed. These shapes take place in a way to form different pattern groups among themselves, but these pattern groups do not contain any harmonious relationship between them. Even if we accept that they are arranged randomly, it is impossible to deny the existence of an abstract narrative revealed by the geometric patterns in this example. According to Kailerich, some of the most intricate abstractions can be seen in the bright, colorful walls and vaults of the Basilica of San Vitale, inaugurated in the year 547. We encounter wavy zigzag stripes in the patterns applied on the curved inner surfaces of the triple arches. On the front face of the arch, we see a duplicated version of a long and thin drop motif surrounded by the center in a semicircular area. In these examples, we notice how the geometric patterns are in harmony with the architectural spaces. Islamic geometric patterns. According to Wickman and Wade, geometric designs have long attracted the attention of Muslim designers and craftsmen. They have a spiritual or otherworldly aura without being associated with specific doctrinal propositions. Likewise, they lack any symbolic value in an Islamic setting. First, they allow craftsmen to showcase their expertise and the complexity of their craft, and at the same time amaze and fascinate with their pure complexity. Nevertheless, it should be noted that it is not a coincidence that the art of geometry developed under the roof of Islam. When in the 6th century, Islam emerged in the Arabian Peninsula, which is geographically defined as the Near East, pagan belief was quite common in the region. There were many idols representing the belief of paganism in the Kaaba in Mecca, where the Prophet Muhammad was born. Nonetheless, the message that the Prophet Muhammad received in the Revelations was a warning that people can attain salvation in the hereafter only through devotion to the one and only God. Being a monotheistic religion, Islam avoided all kinds of idol worship. Following his appointment as a religious leader by the people of Mecca, Muhammad's first act was to remove the 360 idols surrounding the Kaaba. Mecca has previously been a major pagan pilgrimage site. The fact that Islam forbade the worship of idols was already a practice that existed in earlier monotheistic religions. Unlike what was practiced in the past, the religion of Islam did not see the need for any intercession between God and the individual. It has always been thought that the relationship between man and the divine God must occur with a degree of purity, independence, and transparency. Considering this aspect, the place of the art of geometry in the religion of Islam is better understood. Islam assumes that any figurative image that will be presented in places of worship can be perceived as iconoclastic and thinks that such images will interfere with the direct devotion that will occur between the individual and God. For this reason, since geometric patterns do not have a dogmatic structure that will create a directed judgment in the individual, they have been much more accepted in Islamic art with the abstract content they offer. Another reason for the widespread use of geometry in Islamic arts is the intense interest in science and technology, which gained momentum, especially in the Middle East in the 8th and 9th centuries. In this Islamic Enlightenment period, also known as the Abbasid period, classical Greek and Roman teachings were blended with Persian and Hindu teachings in Baghdad, which was by then the capital of the Abbasids. Baghdad lived its heyday during the reign of Caliph Harun al-Rashid. During this period, ancient Greek texts were extensively translated into Arabic. During the reign of the Abbasids, the House of Wisdom, Beit al-Hikmah, was established as a leading intellectual center. This was a crucial component of the Islamic Golden Age that developed with the ongoing translation movement. Over time, there have been very eminent scientists who have grown up in the House of Wisdom. For example, Al-Khwarizmi made significant contributions to the science of mathematics with his studies in the field of algebra. The emergence of the word algorithm is also based on the work of Al-Khwarizmi. The works of Ibn al-Haytham using geometry extensively made significant contributions to optics and visual perception principles. With the dominance of mathematics and geometry in many areas of the Islamic world, the art of geometry has also undergone structurally significant developments. The most distinctive feature of Islamic geometry art is the symmetrical and proportional arrangements established between the shapes. This art, which has a technical structure that enables extremely complex structures to be obtained with a simple compass and ruler, has detailed content consisting of systematic methods in which the delicate balances between shapes and the resulting order must be carefully constructed. Regrettably, we have very little information and documents about how this art was performed in its time. Topkapi, Tashkent, and Mirza Akbar scrolls, among the documents in hand, are important sources for understanding Islamic geometric ornament works. Compass and straight edge were the only tools available for generations to create polygons and the necessary angles. As a result, all these polygons are based on templates made from grids of circles and come from harmonic subdivisions of circles. For this reason, it is one of the most common methods to generate these geometric basic determinants using a compass and a ruler by applying a few procedural operations. Today, there are various methods and techniques applied to draw Islamic geometric patterns. Generally, the initial geometric shape positioned at the center of the drawing acts as the main determining factor in shaping the geometric structure that will emerge as a result. Trigonometric and computational methods of generating geometric patterns. In the proposed method, the first step is to examine the pattern and reveal the motif, which is the pattern's basic component, in its simplest form. Then, the second step is to determine the vertex points that make up this motif by applying various trigonometric methods. After the motif is obtained, the relations between the motifs are examined for the tessellation processes. Here you may observe the demonstration of the workflow. Let's also examine the workflow by focusing on two different examples. When the pattern structure in this example is analyzed, it is possible to make different visual inferences. Assuming that the main recurring visual component is a star, the main motif to be produced would be the following figure. However, this is not a random type of star, and its inner and outer radius dimensions needed to be calculated. When the geometrical analysis is done, the dimensions are calculated accordingly. Later, the calculations apply to the tessellation process. If we break the pattern to its building blocks, the shape on the left appears to be the constituent motif. However, as you may observe on the right image, if we focus more, we observe that the motif is made out of 4 subshapes that are rotated around an origin. If we focus more, we realize that this shape is indeed made out of 4 V-type shapes built with 2 lines intersecting. In this way, it turns out that a partially complex pattern consists of only 2 lines. As can be seen in the 2 suggested examples, looking at a geometric design with a correct approach allows an effective solution to be found. It is possible to produce more complex patterns in similar ways with this method. As a result of all analyses, the vertex points obtained can be converted into shapes with graphic programming methods. In this study, P5.js, an open-source JavaScript library, was used to perform this operation. Conclusion. With the widespread use of screens in daily life and turning them into an indispensable consumption element, the reign of images declared its dominance in the 2000s. It has become impossible to spend a day without ever looking at a screen of varying dimensions. We are increasingly seeing that various digital art events are happening around us. In addition to this, it is possible to say that an aesthetic language that we started to see in common in many of the works we encountered in these exhibitions was formed. The use of a multitude of abstract shapes with varying degrees of colors and scalar transformations is widely observed in this genre of artworks that rely on computational powers. Generative arts use various techniques such as creative coding, implementing external data, biomimicry, randomization, interactivity, etc. to create artistic audiovisual experiences. As these experiences were built, it's surprising to see similar methods being used to create geometric patterns long before today. Both systems of thought apply a procedural approach to generate complex contents with the use of simple geometric shapes such as dots, lines, circles, rectangles, etc. This procedural approach, better called algorithms, is the fundamental character shared between these 2 stylistic methods. Thank you for spending your valuable time listening to my presentation.
Thank you. Well, we had Artuk online, but now I don't see him here.
No, I'm around. Can you hear me?
Ah,
I can see myself.
you can see yourself.
Yes, and I can see you as well. Anyway, if there's
Okay, now we see you.
okay, Zoom stuff. If there's any questions from the audience,
I
I'll
think
be glad
there's.
to.
Is there any question? Can you see? Do you want to see? I'm going to show you.
Just don't unplug anything.
So that you can see who was.
Okay, I wish I could be. I wish I could be there, but lots of things at once, and I couldn't make it. Sorry.
And for
And I'm extremely interested in the Portugal area because there are so many examples of these patterns
Yes.
in those lands as well.
We were talking about our calçada portuguesa, our tile floor.
I'll be glad if you can send me some photos of them. So this is kind of like a puzzle for me. I'm writing a book on this, which is soon to be published. So at the moment, there are 23 patterns that I was able to break down and write their mathematical formulas. Just send me more challenges. I'll be glad to see.
We can arrange to send you some photos of these patterns. So thank you.
My pleasure.
This is the short paper session, so excuse me for shorten your presentation. Now we proceed with Emma Lavrador, which is in the room, and Luís Teixeira, which is not, from Universidade Católica Portuguesa, Catholic University Portuguese, with her presentation. You should come here. And it's called Motion Capture as a Tool of Empowerment for Female Main Characters. Yes. So I'm take it. Por isso agora pode usar estas coisas para sentar na minha.
So I'm going to show. Sim, é pesado. Abrir com o vídeo, fecha. Abrir com.
So you have 10 minutes.
Yes, I need the 12:56. Yes, I recorded the presentation because I wanted to.
George is not here, so you.
Okay. I wanted to show the videos, and to be faster, I'm going to show the recorded presentation. So hope you enjoy it.
Well, it was not fair because the videos were more than 10.
Yes.
So long, so it was not fair.
In this work, we intend to explore how motion capture technology can be used in the video game industry and as a form of empowerment for female protagonists. We aim to highlight video games in which motion capture technology was used to portray reality and humanity, and whose characters challenge both normative patriarchal and sociocultural values throughout the narrative. The case studies will stem from the Tomb Raider series and the development of the character Lara Croft through motion capture to recent video games that feature female protagonists, such as The Last of Us Part 2, Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, and Assassin's Creed 3: Liberation. As digital arts have enormous power to manipulate imagery, subjectivity is used as a political weapon to break stereotypes and deconstruct identities, contributing to postmodern intersectional concerns in giving voice to social minorities through medium specificities. Paul Wells, in his work Understanding Animation, wrote that animation has the power to blur the lines of gender representation, and sometimes the exercise we do to define a character as male or female comes from the construction of traits we associate with masculine and feminine. Wells also notes that animation can deconstruct gender norms, even though contemporary mainstream cinema tends to present male characters as strong, muscular, and with spectacle bodies, while female bodies are presented with feminized gesture and eroticism. Due to the poor quality of graphics at the beginning of the video game industry, female characters were presented in a less sexualized way until the 90s. But quickly from that date onwards, the appeal to the male player came down to sexualized characters who continued to rarely be part of the main story. These patterns promote violence, gender inequality, and rape acceptance behaviors. Despite there being a large number of female gamers, the visibility women have in video games harms their apprehension of the world, causing them to doubt their ability and lose confidence. Until the 1980s, there were few female characters in video games, and the ones that existed were portrayed as objects to be rescued. This cliché was broken by the character Lara Croft, contributing to the success of the video game series Tomb Raider. Lara is a main character with a personality far from the princess stereotype, being independent, strong, and a tough woman. This distinguished her from the other female characters and made her a role model for women in gaming. Although some players and scholars associate Lara with a powerful icon that expresses sensuality and strength, others classify Lara as an aggressive and violent character who has the same personality as male protagonists, being often described as a female Indiana Jones. One major problem is that Lara is a character designed for men, with large breasts, tiny pants, and an erotic fantasy figure, making her more of an object than a subject, and pushing her away from the girl power icon she could be. It is after Tomb Raider Underworld that Crystal Dynamics, the developer since Tomb Raider Legend, focus in improving the game's realism. For this effect, Crystal Dynamics use motion capture technologies instead of hand-animated movement to achieve realist and fluid motion and facial expressions, giving priority to what they felt the character was able to do. For Tomb Raider Underworld, the motion capture actor was gold medalist Heidi Moneymaker for her athletic prowess and for the knowledge of the physical limits that a character like Lara would face during the gameplay. After capturing the movements, additional animation was used to give Lara more flexibility and the possibility to multitasking with the same amount of realism. This video game, unlike the previous ones, has had reports that the character's appearance was more appealing for female fans. In the games that succeeded the controversial Lara phenomenon, more female main characters were developed to attract the women's side of the market, even with the industry focusing its efforts on the tastes of male players. One of the games that we are going to explore featuring a powerful female protagonist is Naughty Dog's The Last of Us Part 2. In the first game, The Last of Us Part 1, not only do the female characters influence the narrative and embody powerful roles, but their clothing is also designed for a narrative rather than sensual purpose, reflecting the character's struggle to survive in the apocalyptic world of the gameplay. Here, we play with multiple characters, Joel being the main protagonist. This is one of the concerns, as the possibility of a game having several playable characters, but male characters having more playability than female characters, is a dominant trope. Apart from Joel, we play with several characters and each has its own history and connects to Joel in different ways, being two of them Joel's daughter, who is killed in the beginning of the game, and Ellie, the co-protagonist who can save the world. The concept of the game centers in the bonding between Joel and Ellie, a strong-willed character that is immune to the virus that causes the apocalypse. In the following game of the series, The Last of Us Part 2, set in the post-apocalyptic world years from the first game, the main characters are Ellie and Abby, two female enemies who seek revenge from each other. This game had a lot of negative reviews from the players for two reasons. One is because the game did not star Joel, due to him being killed by Abby early in the game, and the other is for the introduction of LGBTQIA+ characters. Ellie is presented as a lesbian woman, and her girlfriend Dina and Lev, a transgender man, are secondary characters, which led to queer and transphobic discourse for many players that had played the first game. Between The Last of Us Part 1 and The Last of Us Part 2, there were major technological differences, mainly because Naughty Dog wanted to make elements even more lifelike. To achieve this goal, the game uses motion capture technology with different approaches from the first game of the series, due to the developer's goal to reach humanity and realistic emotions. This is done by the combination of organic movements with motion capture performances and interactive responses from the character, keyframed animation. In an interview with the stuntwoman Amy Johnston, she talks about her experience of doing mostly motion capture for Abby, but also of movements for other characters in the game, both human and creatures. One motion capture technique we want to highlight is that there was no use of facial capture during gameplay. The cutscenes and cinematics are facial and body capture, and while playing, the facial animations are synthetic. This was because the animators created a display of emotions for each character, so this character could perform while saying the line of dialogue. Another video game recognized for its realism and immersion is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. This video game by Ninja Theory, based on Celtic and Scandinavian mythology, follows Senua, a picked warrior from the ancient British Isles, on her journey to Heilhem to save the soul of her beloved Dillion in the afterlife, contradicting the damsel in distress stereotype. Senua is a historically accurate character. Her clothes and physique are something you would find on a Viking, and she has both the strength and dexterity of a warrior. For this character, great care was taken with the quality of how she expresses emotion, which is captured by real-time motion capture systems with great detail. The expression of emotion in this game is essential, not only for the credibility of emotion or reaction, but also becomes fundamental for the story, because throughout the game we are immersed in Senua's psychosis and she experiences illusions that accompany us throughout the narrative. Performed by actress Melina Jurgens, Senua's performance was captured by live 3D motion capture and facial camera rig systems, in order to catch every detail of her facial expressions. The intense graphic work allowed the designers to experiment with different approaches that represent the character's hallucinations and develop camera tricks, textures, and depth perception. Motion capture and binaural sound recording techniques turned this gameplay similar to what would be experienced by someone suffering from psychosis, providing the highest level of empathy possible. Another action game that uses motion capture and features a female character is Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation, developed by Ubisoft. This video game from the Assassin's Creed series has been noticed because of its cultural portrayal. This game is set in the colonial culture, through the eyes of an Afro-French assassin named Aveline de Grandpe. For this game, we follow Aveline, a mixed-race woman that can embody different personas depending on the quest, a lady, an assassin, and a slave. These outfits are both class, culture, and legal status. While in the lady outfit, Aveline can seduce, bribe, and enter public spaces without being noticed. In the assassin outfit, she can climb, fight, and kill, and in the slave outfit, she can climb, fight, and not be detected as a villain. Assassin's Creed is one of the few popular game series that features a female protagonist. In the video game, Aveline has the same physical abilities as the other protagonists of the series. Notwithstanding, some of the players say that Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation is a game they particularly admired because they can relate to the main character. To represent the historical reality where each game of the series takes place, many technological approaches are used to replicate the scenery, the lights, textures, and their surround sound, focusing for this study to large motion capture technologies that create animations and physical simulations. In this video game, real-time motion capture was not used only for the characters, but also for the crowds. As Assassin's Creed games are open-world, to give realism to the crowds, animations use real-time technology to record actions, stationary poses, locomotion, conversations, and facial expressions. Large production companies like Ubisoft have access to big-budget motion capture technology, which uses cameras with the ability to capture multiple actors and large areas, called optical motion capture systems. These systems are revolutionary because, in addition to guaranteeing realism, for companies that produce series, production becomes much faster and graphics maintain the high resolution standard for the industry. Throughout these case studies, we can conclude that several animation methods can be used in video games. However, motion capture is the method that stands out the most in large production companies to provide realism and immersion to their narratives. With this work, we were able to understand that it is possible to subvert the stigma associated with female characters, and that motion capture technologies were used in several games that intended to abolish the stereotypes associated with these characters, like being damsels in distress, hypersexualized, or created to please the male audience. The role of developers like Crystal Dynamics, Naughty Dog, Ninja Theory, and Ubisoft in changing the tropes of the industry is critical and should be both recognized and encouraged. These producers use motion capture as a system to capture reality and humanity in these characters and enhance the details of each one's performance and emotions, revolutionizing the thinking associated with the personality and behavior of female characters in video games.
Thank you. So we have time for questions. Anyone wants to ask anything? Okay, so thank you very much.
You know what gets me is because I'm not that familiar with video games, and it was interesting for me to figure out to understand how to create one female. Yes, you need lots of different women. Yes. So it's one, but we all create one female. Yes, it's interesting. Oh, that's a really beautiful idea. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So now we proceed with what was I going to do?
We have to the Zoom section for transmitting. The Zoom section, we have to Zoom.
Yeah. But what is the Zoom? So Naomi Nakamura. Yeah, Nakamura.
Section.
Yeah. Section.
This one. I can see this one.
So
See here. Sorry. Let's confirm that. No, it is a Zoom join. 958 2873 wait 8278 no sorry 3 8 oh no 8228 no 73 8278 yeah. The code is 011 Can you close the
So you have the name?
Yeah.
I was going to say the name of your.
Thank you. So I've seen lots of people. It's all right.
Close your.
Okay.
Sorry, close yours.
Okay.
Okay.
Hello, online people. Can you hear me? I hope so. So today I'd like to share our speculative design prototype, which is named ArtsIT, and it's this one. This tube is actually a water pot, and it's a pity that we don't have this water tap in Japan. We created. So how to use this water tap? Let's have a look at our video. Okay, good. So it's 3 minutes video, and you can see how it works. Okay.
The sound is more louder. The sound.
Okay.
You have to share with sound.
Okay. Is it perfect? Okay. Great. And then let's go to the next slide. I don't know how to control. Yeah. Okay, this is the whole process to create the touchy part. So we started with brainstorming, and then we iterated 3 times. So which is basically 3 sets of prototyping and user test. And in the end, we had a bit of discussion. So that was the process. And on our paper, we only focused on the last part of this whole process. So in this presentation, I just want to give you a little bit of idea of what we did in the background. We started with this paper, which is about slow technology. So in this paper, these authors proposed the idea of slow technology, which is basically creators can invite users to reflect on their daily behavior by making interaction slow with technology. So usually technology helps us to get a job done quickly, and it's about living fast life. But they are proposing the opposite way to use technology and provoke reflection. And then this is our first prototype. So as you said, we had 3 prototypes. This is the first one. So when you touch the light, it stops, and you move your hands, water comes out. And we showed this prototype in our classroom, and then got the feedback that exploring interaction. Very nice. I love this kind of honest feedback. But it was not only this, but we had some feedbacks from our classmates. And then from there, we announced that maybe by making interaction a little bit ambiguous, we can intrigue the user. That's our finding from this first prototype. And then second prototype, there was a little bit of creative jump. So it's slightly different from the first one. It works like this. When you touch the tube, the light comes in your hand. And we call it rainbow fish because the light is in rainbow color. And then we exhibit this prototype in school design events like this. We hung it like this, and you can see lots of stuff. And people interacted with our prototype just randomly. And then from this exhibition, we found these 3 points. The first one is supporting social interaction makes users more engaged. So when they came to our works and started interaction, they started chatting. So that was a very interesting point for us. And then second point was that the exhibition visitors use it in a pair, which was not what we expected. We designed for only one person using one time. Then lastly, the rainbow color did not make sense. They couldn't associate the prototype with water tap. So then, as our third prototype, we created ArtsIT as we saw in the first video. And with this ArtsIT, we conducted a very easy user evaluation in which we invited 4 student pairs and asked them to use ArtsIT without any explanation on the prototype, and video recorded how they interact with the prototype and analyze the video. And then, as we described in the video, we observed some interesting interaction. So putting down the light, well, although we designed to touch the tube and wait for 5 or 10 seconds to get water, but they are putting up and putting down. Also, we saw lots of people squeeze the tube, which is a good sign. They are very engaged with the prototype. But also, we were in cold sweat because that means that they are almost destroying the prototype. But it's okay. So this is summarized reflection from this whole design project. So unfortunately, we didn't succeed to provoke reflection on water consumption. Those people, they enjoyed interacting with our prototype, but they didn't discuss about water consumption, which was our main goal. And then, but also we learned that social interaction combining social interaction with slow technology, maybe we can provoke reflection on water consumption as we saw through the process. So that was it. Thank you so much.
You can make a comment. I really like it, the project, and it remembers me I think it's Shishi Odori, Shishi.
Okay.
The traditional pump. Very, very nice. But do you think that interaction, the funny interaction, provokes more water, water
consumption?
Not consumption, but
like I
it's
don't.
very more, because you are playing with the
Do the opposite?
yes.
That's true. We didn't think about it. I mean, we.
But I can.
Yes, I can imagine children playing with it.
Very funny.
And even adults.
Yes, I agree. But it's really nice.
Thank you so much.
I say keywords.
Right, we tried to set this up earlier on.
Christopher Hale.
Chris, yeah, that's me.
University of Riga, Latvia. Customizing the interactive film.
Yeah, so let's see what we can do here. So I share my screen and then I make sure they're on, and then I go here. And then
Can you put some audio only because the sound with the
that's a bit difficult now. Do you
I
wait
don't
till we
know.
get to the right moment and then take it
It's
from
up to
there?
you.
I think it's easier. Yeah, I probably haven't presented anything using Zoom since COVID time, so I'm getting a bit of post-traumatic stress disorder from using it, because it always used to go wrong as well. So there's the first page of my paper, and the paper is there in your documents, I think, to read. So I didn't consider there was little point in me kind of going through in detail what's in it. So I thought I'd spend 5 minutes giving a quick summary of this, and then we actually should see what the film was about, or what the output was, because that's something I couldn't really put into the paper. So the title is quite generic, because I was kind of considering this as a generic concept, but it's actually most of the paper deals with a particular instance of that concept, which is a film I made called Yoo-Hoo. So that's what I'd like to kind of concentrate on now. And yeah, I'm not offering this as an apology, more as a design methodology, is that I had no budget, I had no one to work with, so it's entirely, and everything is done by me, which means there's some film sequences, and the easiest way to do this was to set up the camera and to film myself, and it's been done over quite a development over quite a long time. So the scenes that are filmed probably up to a year apart in there as well. And it's comedy, so it's probably one of the last presentations of the day. So hopefully we'll end on a light-hearted note. But it's based on identity theft, really. It's the main thing. And yeah, in the paper, I guess there's some technical things and there's some conceptual things, and I will just go a little bit through those as we go along. And yeah, I guess you know, my background, I would probably use the word decades, being obsessed with interactive films. So making interactive filmic experiences with different types of interaction device over the years. I think we've all seen with the presentations these last couple of days, how the technology keeps moving on and how new ideas appear in terms of that. So this was just an idea to think of something a little bit different as to how we could consider an interactive film, in the sense that interactive would make it non-linear. Non-linear means it would be potentially have different outcomes for each person who does the interaction. And yeah, I was also, I wouldn't say I have a huge workshop of tech at home, so I had my clapped out old MacBook Pro, and I thought, well, let's see if I can make this concept work on a 2014 MacBook. That's a newer one. The old one was 2013. And yeah, as I got in with it, then it became clear that basic machine learning was the way to go to really solve a major problem that I had with that. So it's a classic installation setup that you would see in any media art exhibition, small scale one, not like the experts at the back who do huge scale things. But yeah, one participant at the time, there's no mouse, but there's a keyboard, microphone, camera, and screen. And I talk about data. So data, I mean taking a photo, taking video, audio recording. They could type in their name. I asked them to type in a sentence their philosophy in life. If only we could do that in a sentence. So that's the basic setup anyway. And the conceptual bit, yeah, so rather than this idea of direct interaction quite frequently during the watching of the film, this was more about like a data collection phase, if you want to call it something pretentious, and then a film watching phase. I've got a diagram to show that in a minute. And it's got to all happen. You are then, as a participant, kind of parts are embedded in the film that you see, but you can't, it's, you know, it has to happen as if it's a film watching experience. So it's got to be pretty quick to happen. And yeah, the fun thing as I developed this was thinking of all kinds of interesting or comedy ways to incorporate this data that you have into a fictional narrative. And I've just written there that there's nothing to do with collection. At the end of the experience, it's deleted and we're ready for the next participant. So yeah, there's this kind of active phase where you kind of do your interaction and then you go passive and you just watch it, basically. So I filmed the story template. It's a film with only one actor in it, which is me, and I do apologize. As I've said, that was a practical issue, not because I consider I have any acting ability whatsoever. And you have these kind of gaps, not particularly like black screen, but parts of the film visually and in the audio where you can insert the content which you've gathered. And yeah, if there's one or two Swedish people here, there was a Swedish television, like a very short 30-second thing where you could gather. Yes, that's right. Yes, thank you. Yeah. So I do know that there was some precedence to this. I'm not suggesting in any way that I come up with this concept out of the blue. Yeah, so you'd uploaded a photo and it would appear in a couple of scenes, but it was a very short, kind of more or less a gimmick, really. So I wanted to try to make a 10-minute experience, you know, something which is more like a film than a gimmick. And I had my own little experiment when I did an interactive film show called Cause and Effect with something that just worked with audio. And that worked really well. And of course, I think now we're so obsessed on the right there with kind of face swap and so on. So I guess I myself got a bit carried away with too much use of face. But it doesn't have to be. This work, the thing I did just with audio worked really well. And the technical bit, yeah, it's all done on Mac, kind of things like Apple scripts to just generate call up the photo booth app. So I didn't have to sort of reprogram everything from zero. I'm not a coder, but I can cobble bits of code I found together and sort of try to make them work. So that's my approach, really. And there's a thing called Automator on the Mac where you can just package 1 or 2 lines of terminal code into an executable file, an app. So what I found was useful was to compartmentalize everything as one little app so that it was a lot easier for debugging and trying to kind of build the whole thing in code. And the embarrassing bit there, might be 1 or 2 people laughing here, but I did use Adobe Director on that. I was probably one of the last people on the planet still using that program. Those who don't know, it was around since the 90s, very popular with media artists like I would probably consider myself. Sadly, no more, RIP. So I am trying to do it now in live code, but yeah, that's the embarrassing bit. There is a diagram in the paper, but when I looked at it the other day, it didn't make any sense to me. So it's a bit too much in that to really. You can see that it's all to do with timing. So as soon as I get data, I can start sending off these automated scripts to call up little bits of Python code that will do face detection and alignment, and then as I learn more and more, then you can throw in more and more tricks like emotion recognition and even age estimation, things like that could enrich the story. The sad bit was, this kind of installation, there just was no opportunity to do anything with them during COVID. You would have nobody in the space, and you couldn't get there anyway. So it really put kind of a real halt on everything. Just as I was beginning to show this in a few exhibitions, it really kind of was a bit sad. But I guess ultimately it taught me that I had to really rethink this thing in live code or in a more up-to-date package. So this is Suzanne. I got this participant just to do this, set it up at home, just so that we can see what would happen here. First part is there's quite a lot of reference to selfies and putting your identity online and so on. And so there's a photo taken and some video at the beginning. And when I first did it, if somebody moved or their face wasn't in the middle of the frame, didn't work. So that's why I sort of had to learn a little bit about Python code to recognize faces and know that there was a face in there, because otherwise the story was not didn't really make much sense if nobody was in the picture anyway. And yeah, we're nearly there. So you could start to. This is just during the active phase of the data collection. You can give some feedback already because that will be reflected in what happens in the film later on. And face swapping. So I offer them to choose a photo. You'll see that Susanna, she chose the baby face, and they could choose a artwork as well. So and she chose the scream on the left. And probably one of the conclusions of the paper is I don't really know what to call this. I mean, I'm using the word customized film, but there are some other possibilities there. But they've been used in different ways, so I just haven't really found anything that I'm really happy with. So any suggestions will be welcome on that. Right, so there's going to be now we don't know what the volume is going to be. Sounds okay. As soon as the data is entered, there's quite a lengthy sequence, 2 minutes. That's because I have to load in the rendering engine. The rendering engine is from Adobe After Effects, so you can run it through the terminal. You don't need to have to a bit flashy. I'm not saying Adobe After Effects, but it's kind of flashy, so beginning to the audience interested. And actually, the background now, After Effects is loading. I've got 6 ready-made templates which start to work with the data that's been captured. So now my Instant MacBook Pro is kind of getting really top. Rendering is like everything to do with timing. So when you're shooting data, It's about a person, participant who's been to a conference, who gets their identity stolen from somebody else at the conference. Nightmare scenario. And then we go back in time, and I've cut a little bit out of this here because obviously to save time, because we haven't got very long. So we would see this participant coming back from his conference, just puts the kettle on for a cup of tea, and then the phone goes. So there's a little bit of exposition missing there.
Oh, bloody hell, who's that?
So,
Hello? Who's there?
Susanna.
so then we start to embed the...
Susanna.
This is what the girl said. The
Never heard of it.
Yeah, so every time this would be different. And all the data that she provided is now incorporated in the...
What?
She, her philosophy was always look on the bright side, so that's reflected in what happens next. So some of the sections are exposition.
How's that?
But that's simply just to buy time because it's now trying to render the next section.
Pareidolia.
Probably with a more powerful computer,
phenomenon in which the
I could have
mind
done it, in one go.
a familiar pattern.
I just had to do it in sections. We could maybe move on a little bit here. So he's reading a bit more.
You can't be serious. Toast.
Don't
tell me it was the same.
When I've shown this, it's worked really well because audiences will stand behind and they'll watch and they'll understand what's going on. And I've even had the recording the person participant as if they're the kind of co-star or the actor.
Take that, freak.
And yeah, basically it becomes a takeover.
Oh no, that's creepy.
So it's a mixture of a little bit of After Effects. And I'm quite okay with After Effects, but it also takes rendering time, and that you can't have too many flashy effects in After Effects because again, you're going to get out of sequence. And now you're going to see the first part of the face swapping.
No.
Actually, the eye of the participant. Right, so what happens next? We're kind of getting towards bedtime, I think. Yeah, so let's just move on a bit. There's 6 variants of text depending on what emotion. And yeah, we're near the end now, so. There was a video grab. Only now do I use it for the first time. Slightly surreptitious video grab. I'm not sure if all participants know that I've grabbed the video, so this always comes as a big surprise. I'll have to change that to King Charles now. Who's there?
Susanna.
No.
Susanna.
Please. No. Now he's having his nightmare, so it's kind of almost back to the beginning.
Susanna.
No.
Susanna. Susanna.
So that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Questions?
Can we play
Yeah, well, I thought of maybe bringing it in a working version here, but it's all messed up at the moment. So maybe next year I'll have a new version with King Charles in it.
I'm just wondering, Susanna, the person's real name or an alias?
Oh yeah, no, she's just a friend, and I just, she was quite happy to be shown. Yes, yes. So, and you know, if you just spoken your name, that would have been on there.
She doesn't mind.
No, she didn't mind for this purpose. No.
It somehow reminded me of like this meme culture. I don't know, like you see people changing their friends based in memes, so maybe this could be something that friends can joke around with if it's like somewhere available.
Yeah, I mean, because I couldn't really go much further with it due to COVID, I did become a little bit obsessed with image generative AI and that kind of Python code. So yeah, now I understand how that can work, and yeah, you could generate from a model or something like that. And there's things like Tunify myself, so you could Tunify the face and things like that. So I just didn't really want it to be totally face based, because I think the audio works quite well also. But yeah, it's a good point. Thank you.
So the audio, that was my question.
Yeah.
You use very specifically.
Yeah.
And so the question is, does that vary depending on the version that you are playing, or how do you deal with the audio?
Yeah, well, that one is only speaking the name. But when I had this really early prototype, I think it worked really well because it was like a spying kind of scenario. And you were asked, what's your name, what's your favorite color, and various other questions. So at the end, this, again, it's me doing the role, but there's this kind of weird bomb with all kind of wires coming out of it. And the character's like calling this person saying, what color wire should I pull out? What color wire? And whatever the person said is their favorite color comes through. And there was responses there to do with, you know, if it wasn't included on the list or if it wasn't. And that was worked really well. So I think that's, I probably would like to try and go a little bit more that way again. I should say one thing is that there is almost no branching in that. It's almost always the same every time. There's 6 alternatives, very short, to do with the emotion recognition, but otherwise it's always the same. And that was kind of, I was trying to get away from that kind of interactive branching, but it could be, you know, you could see there that there could be lots more branches in the direction. Okay, thank you very much. So I need to stop sharing, don't
The
I?
final two presentations are online, are videos. Their authors are not online, but we're still presenting the videos. So the first one is Shadows as Ambient Displays, a design space, and it's from Jonah Hakila from the University of Lobna.
I'm Ashley Colley from University of Lapland in Finland, presenting our paper Shadow Display Design Concepts for AI Enhanced Environments.
There's another video about shadows, maybe you're making it up. It's about, they are the same writers, and it's about shadow design.
Well, thank you. I had it here. Okay, so
I have it here. Was there some other?
What's this session? Remember? No, we'll check it out. Thank you. And the other one, hopefully, I don't know. It's from Zoominchu, from digital media from China. And it's called Synesthetic Sounds Design in Virtual Reality. That one. Maybe we can.
I think I was gonna.
Huh? It's not
Hello. This video presentation is for my paper at ArtsIT 2022 held in Faro, Portugal. My name is Smin Zhong. I am from Central Vocational and Technical University in China. Chen Deyu is also from Central Vocational and Technical University in China. Jun Caiwu, she is from Lindong University in Taiwan. Our title is called Synesthetic Sound Design in Virtual Reality. There is an idea that ordinary humans will someday be overtaken by artificially intelligent machines or cognitively enhanced biological intelligence, and such prediction has moved from the realm of science fiction to serious debate. When the existing scientific technology develops to a certain stage, it will produce events that completely overturn the original cognitive scope and even the development of civilization. But such fear seems to be eased after the pandemic of COVID-19. When we check the Gartner Hype Cycle for emerging technologies from 2019 to 2022, these reports cover from 1 year before and 1 year after COVID-19 breaks out. Compare this report, we found that the trend did not change much. Number one, people still are at the center of all business. And number two, they need to digitalize all processes. Number three, location independence requires technology to support new business versions. Number four, organizations prepare to adapt to all kinds of disruptions. Why Facebook announced its name change to Meta on November 5th, 2021, which intended to cover your virtual by using metaverse on Facebook. We began to think, did Zuckerberg prescribe a possible solution to our future world? If it did, at least billions of Facebook users will experience their new trend of using Facebook, and the technology world will push forward with its related technology of virtual reality. Combining the above technological trends and the new development direction of the metaverse, how can we provide a better experience in virtual reality environments? Since we are engaged users in an emerging environment involving visual and auditory senses, we explore the synesthesia effects associated with video and sound design in virtual environments. An experiment which intends to improve the authenticity of objects in virtual reality. In this experiment, we want to explore the sound of ASMR to link the common senses and to enhance the authenticity of a virtual object. We found an interesting phenomenon in our senses and responses. It's called ASMR, Autonomous Sensory Meridian Response. In Britannica, it describes as a tingling sensation typically felt on the scalp and throughout the head, neck, spine, and limbs, triggered by certain visual, auditory, or touch stimuli. The length of the sensation varies from person to person, but may last 30 minutes or longer. Researchers estimate approximately 20% of persons experience ASMR. The core technology in metaverse is a combination of a real world and virtual reality. It creates a high virtual sense of three-dimensional simulation space for users. By wearing VR visors, users can interact with objects and can move freely within such virtual space. All the process will transmit from the VR devices through real-time computation and feedback to the user's visual and auditory sensation, and then trigger other feelings. So we designed a system with two versions of sound design. One is Foley sound effects, and another ASMR sound effects. Then we use a single set of pre- and post-test experiments. They have tested 53 college students. These students fill out a questionnaire right after each test. We use SPSS to compare two sound versions according to the pair sample t-test. We have designed a game user interface for this experiment. The users can choose between two sound versions to enter the virtual environment, which also has selection between virtual interior and virtual exterior scenes. In interior scenes, the user can choose to enter angle 1 scene, the living room, or the angle 2 scene, the kitchen. In exterior scene, we have the forest and the water pond scenes. Table 3-2 displays the pre-test results. From this table, we found in the reliability test, Stromback's alpha value is 0.78. The full dimension of Stromback alpha are from 0.12 to 0.789. These numbers are not shown on this table. But this result established a validated questionnaire for the post-test measurement. Table 5-1 displays the analysis of pre- and post test measurement. We have analyzed the single match sample t-test. We found that after experiencing the Foley sound effects and the ASMR version, players did not discern significant differences between these two. So we deduced two possibilities. First, Foley sound effects sound more natural than the ASMR sound effects. Focus items of 2, 3, and 4, emotion items 1 and 2, and the gameplay items of 2 and 3. The average values are slightly higher than the ASMR design. In other words, the traditional VR version can engage the game player more than the ASMR version. The authentic VR scene on emotional items reflect positive emotional reactions. On self-exploration and gameplay dimensions, the traditional VR version is more natural than the ASMR one. Second, ASMR sound effects sound more immersive than the Foley sound effects. In focus item 1, impact items 1, 3, and 5, emotion items 3 and 4, and the gameplay item 1. The ASMR sound effects display the immersion experience recognized and immersed more than the Foley sound effects. The degree of impact displays the interactions and relationship between the 5 senses. The emotional reactions to the authentic VR scene seem to be impressive, but emotional reaction did not reflect the impacts. The dimension of self-exploration and the gameplay in the ASMR sound effects display more immersive than in the Foley sound effects. In our conclusion, we conclude that after our comparison between the Foley and the ASMR sound effects, we believe there is not much differences between these two sound sources. Repeated tests might decrease the focus and the self-exploration cognition in players. The repeated experience would enforce synesthesia responses. Researchers cannot predict players' head position or perception level. This might change the test results. In the future, experiment design should focus on the perceivable ASMR sound effects to direct users' perception and produce more effects on the users. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for listening. Since this is pre-recorded video presentation, if you have any questions, please send to the email box smc2006-312@hotmail.com. We will answer your questions as soon as possible.
Well, besides the sending the questions that we just did, I don't know if anyone wants to comment on this presentation.
I think everyone's just longing for.
But we still have to present the correct video.
Oh, thank
Now the correct video for the seconds.
Yeah, my professor is not here, but I can relay any comments about
So, channels that we can display, impact space, Joanna, impact from University of Lappeenranta.
Hello, I'm Jonna Häkkilä. From University of Lapland, Finland, I'm presenting the work Shadows as Ambient Displays a Distance Bay by Etske Raudanjoki, Ashley Colley and Jonna Häkkilä. So shadows are part of our world. We see shadows everywhere, embedded within our natural environment. But shadows have also been used in different kind of performances. For instance, these kind of shadow puppets performances, and you can do these with your hands. And recently also as art performances which use this kind of artificial shadows. So the audience is made to think that there is a shadow of the actor, but then suddenly the shadow does something independently, like for instance, to express surprise. So our research is building on our prior work on the shadows. So we have used shadows as ambient displays, for instance, candle shadows, which have been casting these emoticons, for instance, a smiley face. But then we have also used artificial shadows, for instance, a plant shadow, where this morphing of a shadow is then used for delivering some kind of information, for instance, that the traffic is high. And also we have explored not only plants, but human shadows and artificial human shadows. Here is a picture of our study from a cafeteria setting, and there's artificial shadows of the cafeteria users. So also in this conference we have this another paper about use cases for artificial shadows as ambient information displays. So in this paper we present the design space for shadow displays. So this design space consists of 5 main themes, which are dynamicity, the optical properties, the realism, the temporality, and the projection surface of a shadow. And in the next, I'll present these in more detail. So first, the optical properties. So shadow, of course, is an optical phenomena, and it has then these optical properties. So we have things such as transparency, color, and the focus of the shadow. And these properties can be used, for instance, when designing games and shadows for games, and also to give different effects. Then dynamicity of the shadows. So basically a shadow can be static or dynamic. So static meaning that it doesn't move, and dynamic in the sense that it moves. For instance, in the candle display, the shadow is quite static because the candle is set in one place and the candle stand is mobile. But then dynamic shadows have been used, for instance, in this kind of dynamic ambient information displays. For instance, here in the cafeteria setting, where this artificial shadow suddenly grows spikes when the user is reading a book and gets excited. So dynamicity is one theme or one feature where you can play with the design, shadow design. Then realism. When designing shadow displays and using artificial shadows, you have to make a choice how realistic you want to make the shadow to look like. So realistic shadows, of course, are like a natural phenomena, but digital technologies enable us to do also unrealistic shadow presentations. Then the question is it still recognized as a shadow, or does it become too unrealistic? Then temporal properties. Temporal properties are, for instance, ephemerality. So if the shadow disappears, delays and forecasting, so that the movement of the shadow is not synchronized fully with the person or with the object casting the shadow. For instance, according to our studies, shadow displays or artificial shadow displays could be used as guiding the user's action. For instance, here we see in the picture the shadow of a hand moving towards a water glass. So that's supposed to guide the user that he should have some drink. Then the projection surface also is something of interest when designing shadow displays. So projection surface influences on the shadow outlook, but also it needs to be thought when thinking of the target audience for the shadow display. For instance, these private and public aspects of the shadow displays. So that's the design space altogether. And we evaluated the design space through a design exercise. We had 3 design student groups, and they had to create a concept for shadow display and in the end reflect against the design space. And what we had here, the concepts the outcome of the student assignment. We had one concept related to water kettle information display, one concept related to shopping basket, which would cast a shadow to inform people about this social distancing, as we all know from COVID times. And then a concept of melting table, where the shadows on the table start moving and make the illusion that the table is melting away. So when reflected against the design space, we found out that the most central properties in the design examples that were used were the dynamicity of the shadow displays, then the realism aspects, and also the target audience, what kind of target audience and how they would understand and see the information. Also, the evaluation showed that the framework can indeed be used, systematically analyze the design decisions, and used as a framework to evaluate different shadow display concepts. So, to conclude, we have presented a design space for a shadow display consisting of 5 main themes: the optical properties, the dynamicity of the shadow, the realism of the shadow, the temporal properties, and projection surface. This design space helps to quantify the design factors and when building the user experience. And the design space also can be used to give inspiration for designers and make them to think different aspects that can be achieved or used in the shadow displays. And as a future work, more thorough evaluation of the design space would be a good thing. Thank you.
We have someone who has a question and comment. Any questions?
Yeah, how did you work the temporal property?
I haven't worked with it. I can ask my voice.
Okay, yeah, okay, ask and then you say.
Yeah, but the temporal properties, yeah, you can. I don't know. Well, not that's yeah. But I think you can make some kind of yeah. So thank you. It was a marathon this afternoon, wasn't it? for us to stay here. And now I pass the floor to.
So,
George.
thank you all for coming to Faro. Thank you all for staying until the end of the conference. To survive this long marathon. We will finish this conference giving the best paper award for ArtsIT 2022, the 11th edition of the conference. And of course, for the ones who are in the mood, at 9 p.m. we'll have a musical event at Ginásio Faro. Really close from 5 minutes walking. So, and Veronica can leave you there. Yeah, Veronica.
I just feel the word in the end. I would like to thank you, all of you, especially for those who stay like really in the last moment. I know that it was a really long day, but we want to thank you on behalf of whole organizing committee and also on behalf of European Alliance for Innovation for a great atmosphere you create here and also for a contribution to this conference. And lastly, I would like to thank you as well. And I hope to meet you next year, the next edition. And the news about this event will be announced on the website shortly. So I will give the word George to announce the best paper winner.
So we wait for the special winner celebrate at Ginásio at 9 p.m. with great music and a glass of wine. And yes, the winner of the best paper for this year's edition of this conference is Matilde Fabio. It's hero dance, creating dance through artistic centric deep work. Congratulations. You want to say a few words?
I mean, thank you so much. I really wasn't expecting this at all. It's been a really great couple of days learning from everyone. I'm kind of out of my field right now in an arts conference, so this is extra touching. And thank you for the experience. It's been lovely. Thank you. And for those who would like to come to read unofficial ending, we can meet also on the reception. 8:45, still really close to here, like 5 minutes walk together. So can Google find it. Yes, I hope we enjoy some music together for those who have still playing magic.
Thank you.
Thank you.